ปี 2003 Mitsubishi Electric Corporation ได้เปิดตัวและนำแนวคิดของ e-Factory มาสู่ลูกค้าทั่วโลกผลักดันการพัฒนาผลิตภัณฑ์และเทคโนโลยีที่เกี่ยวข้องพร้อมขยายความร่วมมือกับพันธมิตรอย่างต่อเนื่อง
In 2016 was our first step that Mitsubishi Electric introduced e-factory concept in Thailand to customers in Thailand through the Manufacturing Expo 2016. And on the 13th of July 2017, the ministers, Petro and industries, and many investors, more than 5 lives came to the EEC region and announced a collaboration and partnership between Thailand and Japan about developed technologies and human development in skills. Especially investing in advanced technologies is a turning point for Thailand to advance to the age of innovation and high technologies and advanced technologies for industries and having Thailand as the hub of the future. In 2018, Mitsubishi introduced the collaboration of learning e-factory of all the management of EEC to drive the plan of industries and human resources in the regions of EEC for support the industries of 4.0. On the 22nd of March 2019, Mitsubishi Electric Automation Thailand signed official partnership of the project of Automation Park, which will be the central and the hub of collaboration in technology for automation, manufacturing, and support of demonstration, manufacturing 4.0, and tools of human development, and expanded partnership of alliances. In 2020, the creation and the building of the EEC collaboration announcements in phase 1 has been completed with the demonstration of 4.0, and in September 2020, it was an event of collaboration on announcing about the advancement of activities and partnership with the experiment for open to the public to visit the venue and take part in activities. In 2021, in phase 2 has been continuous construction and completed. In 19 September, Mitsubishi Electric Automation Factory and with EEC and many partners has been collaborating with Jetro and public announcement industries in EEC. On this event called EEC Connecting Thailand and Japan Collaboration Event 2021, Digital Manufacturing. Furthermore, on the 29th, Mr. Chanapong Panmishao, the Deputy Minister and Deputy Minister of Energy, visited the EEC Automation Park with talks and discussions and to the progress of how to transfer automation technology to Thailand. And on the 19th of January 2022, Her Royal Highness Princess of Thailand visited and became the presiding as the honorable guest of the grand opening of the automation park of human development, especially on robotics and automatic technology at Burapha University, Chonburi.
And this is our intention of Mitsubishi Electric to drive towards 4.0. And this is the special show for all of you.
I like the girls with their nails done now. Girls with their nails done. I like the girls with their nails done. Girls with their nails done.
Let's give an applause to all the dancers and the robots of AMR who are presenting today to welcome all of you. Thank you so much for your applause. And we can see that our robots are very competent in many areas, not only in the smart factories, but also in the performance, in performing their special ability. And coming up next, I would like to introduce you to the formal ceremony of today. We are honored by our distinguished guests, be it the management team, the investors, entrepreneurs, startup businesses, and our distinguished guests who are here today, and all those watching the show online. Welcome all of you to today's event. I'm Chon Wachananon, the editor of technology at TNN Channel 26. On behalf of Mitsubishi Electric Public Company Limited, I'd like to welcome all of you to EEC Connecting Thailand and Japan Collaboration 2022, Digitalizing and Decarbonizing in Manufacturing. Today, our objective is to present our success in driving the industry to manufacturing 4.0 in Thailand in EEC. And also, on the occasion of the celebration of the 135th anniversary of the establishment of diplomatic relations between Japan and Thailand, the Committee of EEC and the Board of Directors of Japan Investment, JTRO, and all the industrial parties involved in Chonburi to make this possible for the learning center that leads to understanding of the development of industry according to 5G model line. And I believe that you have had a visit to EC already. And today we'd like to show our readiness to develop the ecology system between Thailand and Japan by transforming the knowledge and experience in developing the capability of industry in decarbonization for sustainable growth in the future. And as you can see in the background, we can see the demonstration of collaboration between AI and business allies. We are granted collaboration from many companies in many different booths, like Traveler, that leads present the strength in new innovatives to present to all of you today. Today, our distinguished guests and our company, Mitsubishi Electric, we are granted an honor by the Deputy Prime Minister and the Minister of Energy to give a speech on driving towards Industry 4.0. Let's give an applause to Mr. Supat, His Excellency Supatanaphong Panmichao. Ladies and gentlemen, His Excellency Mr. Nishida Kasuya, the Ambassador of Japan in Thailand, Dr. Kanit Sangsupan, EEC Secretary, Mr. Taketani Asushi, the President of JETRO Bangkok, and the President of Mitsubishi Electric Corporation, the management from Ministry of Economy, Trade and Industry in Japan, entrepreneurs of Japan and Thailand, the press from Thailand and Japan, as well as distinguished guests. It's my great honor to be here today. And I'd like to thank all of you, the entrepreneurs in Japan who have trust in your investment in Thailand for quite a long time. Our relationship between Japan and Thailand has developed for over 135 years. And our relationship is like partnership, strategic partnership in the development of the strategy of the two countries. And today, Thailand has strategic areas in EEC, which I believe will receive your support, the support from Japanese investors based in Thailand for quite a long time. And as you all are aware of, on May the 2nd, the Prime Minister Kishida Fumiko of Japan and the cabinet paid a formal visit to Thailand. We had a discussion with the Prime Minister General Prayut Chan-o-cha. This is to confirm our strategic partnership for quite a long time. In addition, at the end of last month, my party and I, as well as representatives in trade, paid a visit to Japan. We visited investors in Japan and listened to their obstacles or any recommendations about what we should improve for the benefit in the future. This can help the operations of Japanese entrepreneurs in Thailand to work smoothly and successfully with the profit in operations. What we knew from the discussion made us so proud and happy as Thai people because we received positive feedback that Japanese investors know very well and are all aware that Thailand is a good host, especially during the difficulties that we share together as Thai people, Thailand, the Thai government, as well as Japanese entrepreneurs. We helped each other to fight against obstacles smoothly, especially during the COVID era. Everyone can run business continuously, and this is the proof. This can prove that our relationship for quite a long time is more than an investment. It's more than between us and investors. But Thailand believes that the success of entrepreneurs in Thailand for so long, like those in Japan, it is our duty. It is the duty of Thailand, the Thai government, and Thai people to be a good host. And we are determined to do this duty continuously to assure you, to help you gain more confidence as our strategic alliance. For example, in the case of Mitsubishi Electric, I'd like to thank you, Mr. Kotani, the Vice President of Mitsubishi Electric Corporation in Thailand. He can show that they not only made an investment in Thailand, but they also support for the development of capability of labor in terms of development of labor's skills as well as technology, not only for the staff or the colleagues under the supervision of Mitsubishi Electric, but also for those businesses who are clients and non-clients, but in the industry, in the small industry which need help and support in the way that can make a change to the future after COVID-19 is over. And this is a good proof that we can stay together just more than the country, the best country and the investors. This can show that we are friends and we are good alliance. We are strategic and business alliance, and we will preserve this as Thailand, the Thai government, and even Thai people will preserve this continuously and long-lastingly. And in the future, in the near future, we will develop new things, new innovations in terms of infrastructure, teletransport, clean energy, digitalization. These are new things that are going to take place to promote the capacity of the private sector in Thailand and Japan to have more trust in the investment in Thailand. The ecology system has been developed for by a long time, and this can help pave the way for entrepreneurs to gain benefit from this, because it's going to facilitate your business operations to be even better in Thailand and have more expansion in Thailand. One of the objectives of the two countries is to uplift the industry objective to sustain and maintain our achievement in terms of clean energy, EV. And today we started the policy already. I'd like to thank all the entrepreneurs, automobile entrepreneurs in Japan who have been more involved, including the batteries, the industry relevant to supply chain that would be in full circuit that would lead to the development, the sustainable development, BCG, to reduce for the decarbonization and digital technology that would lead to the development of industry in the future. And this is our expectation. And Thailand has a lot of expectation in this area. We do believe that our business partners, our important business partners from Japan would be the main source, the main force that would help drive the development of industry in many areas in Thailand. So I like to express my appreciation in this regard and for all your support as always. And today, in addition to the direction of the development of the infrastructure and the direction of the industry that is going to be emerging, we would look for things that follow your recommendations. His Excellency, the Ambassador, suggested it's all important that we need to facilitate the entrepreneurs as much as we can. Mamlong Chayotit would have some questions as proposed by the MC. So initially, we would ask for the information in this regard for now, and we would elaborate more on this with the collaboration with JETRO. And finally, I'd like all the work that we have done would achieve tremendous success. Your achievement is also the achievement of Thailand. So we would work together, we would drive strategic policy together in accordance with the strategic policy, Asian Japan Investing for the Future, BEC, of the Japanese government so that the region will drive forward and sustainably. Thank you so much. Thank you very much, the Deputy Prime Minister and the Energy Minister. Please stay on the stage for now. And next, I'd like to invite the President of Mitsubishi Electric to give a present to the Deputy Prime Minister, Mr. Supathanapong Panmichao. Thank you very much, Kun Vichian and His Excellency Supathanapong Panmichao, who show his vision about how to drive manufacturing 4.0 between Japan and Thailand. And coming up next, His Excellency, the Ambassador of Japan in Thailand, would give a speech on the direction between Thailand and Japan.
Dear His Excellency Supathanapong Panmichao, Dr. Kanit Sangsupan, Mr. Kotani Tomoaki, and all of the honorable people. First of all, I'd like to say thank you for inviting me to join the EEC Connecting Thailand and Japan Collaboration Forum of the 2022 regarding the digitalizing and the decarbonizing in manufacturing today. Thailand is an important partner of Japan. There are about 6,000 Japanese companies doing business in Thailand. Regarding investment of foreign companies in Thailand, Japan continues to dominate in both investment value and direct investment values. About 40% of Japanese companies that invest in Thailand are considered as manufacturing industry. Regarding history of industrial development in Thailand, it could be said that it is a history created by the cooperation of Thai and Japanese companies involving in manufacturing industry, mainly focusing on the automotive industry, which everyone agrees that the most important stage of industrial development is the Eastern Special Development Zone, or the EEC. Currently, the manufacturing industry is entering a new form with the development of technology and innovations in the digital and green ways. Regarding advances from the adoption of digital technology in society and economy, would this lead to a shift in investment from secondary to tertiary industry, or would it pose any threat to production, or would it cause business activities to stop because it is forcing manufacturers to bear the burden of reducing the carbon dioxide or not? I don't think so. For manufacturing industry, it is necessary to apply the digital technology or the digital transformation to the production site in order to dramatically improve the production efficiency. At the same time, the use of digital technology in marketing would help expanding the company's value chain relating to manufacturing, taking into account of the B2B and to C business. In this modern manufacturing, knowledge regarding the slightly superior of Japanese company that has long built industrial assets in Thailand, especially applying digital technology to the production site. It is also known as factory automation at the EEC. Budapest University has created EEC Automation Park, which was established by Mitsubishi Electric, which is the organizer of today's event. It is a good example of cooperation between industries regarding education and government sectors of Thailand and Japan. I hope such cross-sector cooperation projects will continue in the future. At the 26th session of United Nations Conference on Climate Change last year, the Prime Minister Prayut Chan-o-cha has announced the goals that Thailand will achieve the carbon neutral by the 2050 and will achieve the zero greenhouse gas emission by the 2065. His Excellency Supathanapong Panmichao, Deputy Prime Minister and the Cabinet of Ministry of Energy, on behalf of the Chairman of the EEC Executive Committee, oversees energy and economic policies for reducing carbon to achieve the goals in accordance with the policy policy. Japan will support Thailand's effort to reduce the carbon emissions by cooperating with both the public and the private sectors. Products are designed with high energy conversion efficiency and environmental friendliness, such as energy-saving products. It is one of the specialties of Japanese companies. Japanese automakers have developed products that have low environmental impact, such as the hybrid vehicles or the eco cars, to become more popular. In terms of the EV batteries, Japanese manufacturers are likely to help leading the Thai automotive industry forward as well. In addition, Japan has many high potential persons in advanced energy, such as hydrogen, ammonia fuel, CCS, and etc., which are essential for achieving the carbon neutrality goals or the carbon neutral. Japanese government will support the challenges of Japanese companies in Thailand in these areas. The National Energy Plan of the 2022 to achieve the carbon neutral policy of Thai government as well. Last January, the Deputy Prime Minister, Mr. Supathanapong, and Mr. Hakiuda, Minister of Economy and Japanese Trade and Industry, signed a memorandum of cooperation on energy to drive various operations furtherly. Thailand-Japan cooperation in the field of digital and green. The private sector will soon move into the implementation phase of the production base located in the Eastern Special Development Zone or the EEC, and it will bring the certain results. On the occasion of Mr. Hakiuda's visit to ASEAN in January, the Japanese government has proposed Asia-Japan Investing for Future, or the AJIF, as the main policy of Japan's Asian economic policy. This was discussed at the summit between Prime Minister Prayut and Prime Minister Kishida, who came to visit Bangkok at the beginning of the month as well. The keyword of the AJIF is a co-creation, including of facing the social issues that other countries are facing and present solutions that are really effective. The public and private sectors collaborated on utilizing the benefits of innovation of the private sector to create a sustainable economy and society, contributing to build the future of the region through cooperation with companies of partner countries. This is a concept of the AJIF and a joint statement between Thailand and Japan. It was issued based on the idea by Deputy Prime Minister Supathanapong and Minister Hakiuda last January about economic relations between Thailand and Japan from now on. The economic sectors of both countries must focus on the development of innovation-driven economies by joining forces to strengthen each other's weaknesses and strengths equally. We, on behalf of the Embassy of Japan, JICA, JTRO, JBIC, NEDO, and other government-related agencies will work together as one throughout Japan to support the co-creation by the Thai and Japanese companies. Let each other seek the mutual benefits in economic development of Thailand and Japan together. Thank you. Thank you very much, Your Excellency. Could you please remain on the stage for a photo session, Your Excellency? And also to receive a token of appreciation. In this order, I'd like to invite Kun Vishian to give souvenirs once again. Just a moment ago, an ambassador of Japan to Thailand mentioned about cooperation with Thailand. And there was also a site of Mitsubishi Electric has cooperated with the public and private sectors and many other organizations.
Organizations in Thailand. Nonetheless, I would like to please Mr. Vishen and His Excellency the Ambassador to please remain on stage for a photo session. And now on our itinerary will be a photo session as a memorial for today. We have 3 rounds. First round will be, I would like to invite Mr. Supathanapong Panmichao, the Prime Minister and Minister of Energy, to please come on stage one more time. And Dr. Kanit Sangsuban, the Secretary General, Eastern Economic Corridor, Office of Thailand, please come on stage. And also Mr. Taketani Atsushi, President, Japan External Trade Organization, JETRO, Bangkok, come on stage. And Mr. Kotani Tomoaki, Corporate Executive, Group Vice President, Factory Automation Systems, Mitsubishi Electric Corporation, please come on stage. And this are the captains of industry driving Thailand to the age of Industrial 4.0 with partnership between Thailand and Japan, transferring technology and know-how to this country. And as you can see, or just a moment ago for a keynote speech for His Excellency, the Ambassador, has been mentioning about developing manufacturing industry of digitalization has come hand in hand with decarbonization as well. This is a global trend that all leaders of business move forward, drive forward at the same pace. And Thailand has been supported by the government of Japan. And for our next shot, please remain on stage, Your Excellencies. On this occasion, I would like to invite the Deputy Minister of the Ministry of Trade and METI, Mr. Kupata Osamu, to come on stage again. A round of applause to our leadership team. Thank you very much. Mr. Dr. Kanit, please remain on stage for our next session and the opening of this ceremony and this forum. Dr. Kanit, please remain on stage. And on the agenda, I would like to invite all of you with opening, driving forward, digitalization and decarbonizing in EEC, or to drive the digital world and decarbonize the EEC region. On this occasion, I would like Dr. Kanit Sangsupan, the Secretary General, Eastern Economic Corridor Office of Thailand, to please give the opening remarks. Thank you very much. And as of today, I would like to say thank you to His Excellency Supanong Bhumichal, Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Energy. He is the chairman of the EEC Executive Committee. Today, we also have Sir Tit as well. He's the representative of the trade representative and the advisor of the Prime Minister. We have His Excellency Nishida. He had other dinners to attend to for the day. As today, we have the president of JTRO, Mr. Take Tani, a friend of ours. He has been with us for many years, and we know him very well. And he will be retiring and returning back to Japan by next month. We also have Mr. Kotani Tomoaki, the corporate executive, vice president of factory automation systems, Mitsubishi Electric Corporation Japan. And one thing that we can't miss is Mr. Vishian and Semsi. He is the MD, the Mitsubishi Electric Factory Automation Thailand. He has been assisting us for many occasions, and we got a lot of leaderships and members of the directors of METI and the Tri-Trade Organization. We have also the Terra, which is the SI, who are working on automation for us, and the press and the media, and our honorable guests here with us today. First off, I would like to inform you that diplomatic relations between Thailand and Japan has been 135 years in total. In accumulation, is a very long time. It's our responsibility to sustain and maintain and increase the level of these diplomatic relationships for the next generations of Thais and Japanese. The president of METI came to visit Thailand and brought along with many investors, more than 600 lives. I could remember on that occasion, we were at EEC, we promised that this relationship in EEC and the investors of Japan will be on the basis on two issues. Issue one is about honor and respect on these relationships and the investor relationships. Aspect number two is that we give the priority to the Japanese investors, special privileges to Japanese investors. This has been something that we have been carrying on for all these years with EEC. This year has been a very important year because it's about the strategic partnership between Japanese and Thailand, because we want to reach the level of this partnership for many aspects. But what is in priority and what's important that is about this seminar, this forum, is about digitalization and decarbonization, which is a topic which is so important. The Master Nishida has mentioned that AGIF, which Asia Japan initiative for the future, he mentioned that already, and it's that same of AEGI, which is Asia Engineer Transformation. The Environment Minister Suvarnabhong has emphasized that the objective of energy usage or clean energy must be done with the entire production chain of manufacturing. So the objective about this partnership about to bring this new model of SG, which is to create this green society, decarbonization, and which also includes about applying innovation, digitalization in real practical usage in EEC region. I want to emphasize that this policy must bear fruit and be tangible, and to be able to create the seed, their efforts and bear fruit is about the practice. This is how EEC has been conducting operations, and I do truly believe that is the desire of all the Japanese investors here today. So to create the resupply chain, is that it will bring us to a point about a new investment or manufacturing and trade of the future, a new method of how we do it, which will follow about increasing the level of our supply chain to at a higher level at the international stage, as our Deputy Minister has informed us, so we will be profitable as well. I want to inform all of you that all the past years has passed, we have been successful on the automation system and application of the organizations, but once 5G has covered all the regions of EEC, EEC will be able to proceed with digitalization, robotics, automation, smart factory, cloud services, and digital transformation. We have been at an age of manufacturing 4.0 as of today in EEC. I do believe that many organizations in Japan and SML are moving forward and applying with an objective that will be have a group of SI system integrator of Itara this SI integrator in Japan, Mitsubishi Electric, which is in the play the role of the system integrator. There are 200 factories that will cover all companies in EEC initially. I would like to thank that this partnership and cooperation with Burapha University and Mitsubishi Electric Corporation with the automation part has been official opening with the Royal Highness Princess Serinthorn, that been our honorable guest of the opening of this venue, and have been proceeding with trainings of the human resources in the area. I want to inform that automation, this venue will be training human resources. Moreover, automation park with many Japanese companies that has been conducting, have been partnering with Mitsubishi, Denso, and Hitachi has been partnership as well. Now, I would like to inform you that the past years, so we have created an MOU and MUI with EEC and with JETRO. Our first draft was in 2018. That article was the act was about to develop the industries with the S-curve method, with the cooperation with JETRO, with inviting many investors and companies from Japan. And at the same time, we have been connected industries with METI, it's a partnership as well. Now, I would like to inform is that from Article 1 that we created, that EEC has been creating MOI with JETRO with our second paper on 13 January 2022, which is passed a couple months ago. And the important issues is about establishing about resilience supply chain between Japan and Thailand in BCG model, which is integration of economy, circular economy, and green economy. Now, this is about the application of BCG with the supply chain, about manufacturing between Japan and Thailand. It's about to create increase and dimension of BCG, of how these two organizations, us and them, accordance with the Japanese government. This is why I would like to inform you that every project, big projects, EEC, high-speed train, ports, airports, innovation park, EEC, digital park, trade park, will be using automation and BCG entirely. EEC will be using energy, clean energy, about 30% in 5 years ahead, and we have made an MOU with the provincial electric company with utilizing green energy. At the same time, we will help business entrepreneurs and companies as well. We have been in discussions with Mitsubishi that it has been high probability that we'll have BCG with solution centers very soon in the EC region. But if Mitsubishi, once you're ready, we will find a location for you. We are ready. We are ready for this partnership to create a decarbonization in many business industries. And we have been listening for many of keynote speakers and all of you who have been participating here today, especially representatives from many companies that will really with the intention of bringing BCG, especially Mitsubishi. When this cooperation, we will find and be successful in our objectives, with all our successes in the past. Well, thank you very much. And I would like to officially open this forum with so many important issues that we have to be discussing about the future. Thank you very much. Thank you, Dr. Kanit Sangsupan. Please remain on stage. And I would like to invite Mr. Wishian to be on stage one more time for a souvenir for a keynote speaker. Today we have our Thank you very much, Mr. Vishian and Dr. Kanit. Next, we have heard at the end that it'll be a new dimension that's very interesting about biocircular or circular green. A new dimension that's very interesting, which could be a model that could be interjected with EEC. Next on the agenda, we'll be like to invite the JETRO president to start. Please come on stage, Mr. Taketani Asushi.
Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Energy, Mr. Supathanapong Panmichao, Dr. Kanit Sangsuwan, Secretary General of Eastern Economic Corridor Office of Thailand, the Vice Chairman Group, Vice Chairman Mr. Kotani Tamuaki, Group Executive, Corporate Executive Group Vice President, Factory Automation Systems, Mitsubishi Electric Corporation. I am Taketani Asushi, President, Japan External Trade Organization or JETRO Bangkok. I'd like to express congratulatory remarks on the occasion of organizing EEC Connecting Thailand and Japan Collaboration Forum 2022 today. And on this occasion, I'm very pleased to attend this event together with Mom Luang Chayotit Gritsadapon, the Thai representative and advisor of the Prime Minister, Kun Aripan Jaransuk, the Deputy Secretary of the CCMBS, and Mr. Kubota Deputy General Secretary of the Trade Department, or MTMI in Japan. On this occasion, I'd like to take this opportunity to show my respect to Kun Vichian, the Managing Director of Mitsubishi Electric Factory Automation Thailand. The main topic for today's forum is Thailand and Japan how can we sustain our partnership in the middle of digital area and the change of the industry with EEC as the core. And I'd like to recommend the model of operations of JETRO in this regard. We are not going to sign the MOU, but our model is in two areas that I'd like to talk about. First, it's going to be sustainable business. In February this year, JETRO, we are the Office of the Secretary General to host the webinar in business online on the topic of sustainable business for decarbonization. And this is to enhance partnership between Japan and Thailand in accordance with Manufacturing 4.0 and the Green Growth Zero in Japan, with the objective of revive the economy in accordance with the developing of the environment. This cannot be achieved without your partnership, the partnership between the two countries. This is why JETRO and EEC had collaboration in providing location for collaboration and drive forward the sustainable business in Thailand and Japan. This received a lot of interest, and in the past webinar in February, 500 participants joined the event, and this was quite successful because this is like a matching of the business partners from Japan, 50 people from Japan. I'm very honored and pleased that this is a good start that lead to new businesses, and this is a great pleasure. In addition, our office produced a catalog about sustainable business from Japan in that collaborated in that event. And you can take a look at the catalog on JETRO website. And I, on behalf of JETRO Bangkok, we have strong determination to promote business models in EEC and drive forward new businesses that would lead to decarbonization. The operations in the other topic is the supply chain and the resilience of the supply chain using digital technology and the uplifting of industry by adopting automation and the replacement of labor in the practical work. This is very important in manufacturing 4.0 so that Thailand will be the greatest supply chain in the world. Previously, JETRO has provided support in many areas, including the project named Robot Automation Project, which is the collaboration project in EEC with EEC. And we also provided support in many other areas, including supply chain in other countries. This is the project to increase supply chain between ASEAN and Japan. And we have the project named Asia DX Project, which would lead to partnership between Japanese companies and companies in ASEAN. This can reduce the problems in society using the adoption of digital technology. Two projects in Thailand were chosen to join this project, and we are now in the middle of recruiting in the third round, and we are trying to promote collaboration between Thailand and Japan with the adoption of digital technology. Today's forum is the adoption of digital technology in accordance with the contract in the MOU between us and EEC that was signed previously. And on behalf of Japan, JETRO Bangkok, we would drive towards making EEC to work more in a concrete manner as we just mentioned previously, and we would promote collaboration in economy between Japan and Thailand that would lead to the development of economy of both countries. EEC is a special project, so the partnership with EEC is a very important mission of JETRO Bangkok, and we will be very determined to work on this that will drive Thailand to be an important supply chain in Thailand together with decarbonization. Thank you very much. On this occasion, I'd like to invite Mr. Vishen to give a present to Mr. Dikatani. Previously, we talked about the strategy of green growth of Japan. This is a very interesting strategy that is in accordance with BCG. And I'd like to thank JETRO Bangkok, who has always provided support to all of us. Thank you very much to Mr. Taketa-Nisang. And coming up next, I would like to invite the Corporate Executive Group Vice President, Factory Automation Systems, to give an opening remark on the stage.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Kotani, Vice President of Mitsubishi Electric Corporation FA System Group. Today, it is my pleasure to invite Deputy Prime Minister Mr. Supathanapong, Ambassador Mr. Nashida, representative of JETRO Thailand Mr. Taketani, and all of today's participants to this collaboration event. In addition, I'd like to convey my appreciation to EEC, Dr. Kanit, and all the members who have made the effort to hold this event, and that we can be able to attend this event today. Recently, the border between Thailand and Japan has gradually been opening, and I'd like to welcome you to visit Japan next in the near future. Everyone here probably knows that over the years, the global manufacturing industry is adapting to the digital age. Since 2003, our company started to offer the solution eFactory as model guideline for the production line and offers a wide range of solutions to customers by using the FA and the IT system, or a so-called eFactory, which connects several kinds of machines and equipment with the IoT, ranging from development, production, distribution stage, including implementing large amount of data or the big data for analyzing and optimizing the production system. eFactory is utilized for over 40,000 locations worldwide. We've also established the eFactory Alliance Network with approximately 1,050 partners in various regions around the world, including ASEAN, Japan, Taiwan, Korea, India, and the West countries. For Thailand, we started forming a network from 2019 onwards. Currently, there are about 60 companies joining our partnership. Our company is ready to introduce a new solution under the name the SMKL, or Smart Manufacturing Kaizen Level, for presenting factory management plans to what extent the IoT system should be implemented in a factory and how much it could be covered in the management system. Currently, we are in the process of requesting the ISO certification for the SMKL system. In the past 1 to 2 years, The most remarkable changes that have occurred around the world are the drive towards the carbon neutral, which has greatly increased especially car manufacturers that doesn't focus only on reducing the carbon dioxide associated only with the car, but also covers production equipment and distribution systems. Our company also received prompts from customers that need a system to check how much electricity of each machine or device is used, including monitoring the amount of emitted carbon dioxide as well. Our company therefore offers automation equipment, energy saving devices with SCADA software under the name Genesis 64 since April of last year to meet the needs of comprehensive. This SCADA software solution and energy saving application, or the Eco Advisor, have received great feedback from the European Automakers Carbon Neutral Innovation Contest. The Thai government has set a zero carbon reduction target by the 2050 and has formulated a new national strategy under the name BCG economic model. Our company is ready to cooperate with such measures to focus on Thailand's carbon reduction goals in the industrial sector. Finally, as part of operation towards the new industrial era under the leadership of the EEC, our company has completed the duties of training personnel for the digital age and has planned the promotion in the automation park section respectively. Next, we intend to continue to pursue the digitalization in the manufacturing industry, leading to real carbon removal in the company. Our company is ready to be part of incubating for sustainable society of Thailand through the manufacturing industry by offering solutions which mainly focus on the e-factory model based on the long accumulated experiences. And from now on, we are looking forward to your support and assistance furtherly. Thank you so much again to all of you.
Mr. Vishen, one more time on stage. It was a remarkable speech. Please. From according to the General Secretary, would like to have an announcement for a moment, especially your equipment for live translations. We would like please bring your ID with the counter in the front, and then you will receive your translation headsets at our reception area outside of the venue room. Thank you very much. And this is with Dr. Kenneth's opening remarks and Takane-san and Kotani-san. And as of today, we probably heard and listened about more than about digitalization. Decarbonization is one of the ways of how we're going to move forward and proceed drive, which is a global trend. And next on the agenda will be about the press release to the press and the media here on today's venue. And for those who are viewing online streaming, and as of now, we will like to bring all of you to the coffee break. We have snacks and beverages prepared for you on the outside of the meeting venue. Nonetheless, don't forget, after consuming your snacks, please visit our booth to the corner of which is a display of all the business alliances. And next, about 15:15, we will reconvene here back at this meeting with more interesting topics, which is the second part of today.
Next, we are going to do a press interview, so all the media, please kindly stage in this hall. And we have prepared some of coffee and snacks outside this hall, so please enjoy your coffee break and see you in about 30 to 45 minutes from now. Thank you. The first session of today has passed, and I'd like to lead you to the second session. In the second session, I believe that many media people would like to ask questions to our executives in various fields. whether it is the development of the industry, how our plans from now on, how would we accelerate the development of Industry 4.0, and how about innovative technology tools from now on, including the matter of carbon decarbonization or the zero carbon reduction, which is what we've been following in this globally targeted by 2030.
And if you follow up with us throughout the world, with the entire world, in 2030, we will decarbonize as much as possible. And now, next, on this next part of during the press interview, we will have the honor from all the leadership and management to be answering all the press questions. And if the press or the media, if any agency will have any questions, the press here, please raise your hands and ask our leadership and management, and they will have a staff of this venue to hand you the microphone. And those who are watching us whilst live streaming, you can, let's have double check this one more time. You may actually type in your inquiries. And on the press interview during this moment, answering the press questions, we will have the leadership and the management honor us with this special event to answer the press questions. In a moment, we'll reconvene. Nonetheless, on this occasion, before during the press interview or press release, I would like to inform you about the agenda one more time. After the coffee break, we will reconvene around 3:15 or 15:15, for which we are honored by our keynote speakers here in Thailand, who here will be with us, will sharing his experiences. The first topic is about encouraging investments and conducting business from investment, which we have been honored by METI, will be informing about the perception, and Kubota will be here to be a keynote speech. Next will be from the Mom Luang Chayotit, has honored us with his presence as well. He is the Thai trade representative and advisor to Deputy Prime Minister. And next will we have Miss Aripan Jaransuk. She is the Deputy Secretary General of Office of Public Sector Development Commission, and she has honored us here today as well. After the keynote speech deliveries will be to the agenda of the discussion. This discussion will be separated into two topics. Topic number one is about fostering digital manufacturing ecosystem, present and the way forward. Then we will follow through Dr. Apishat, Dr. Ikidisho, Mr. Vishian, and Dr. Paibun. Many of you are probably familiar with all four keynote speakers. Each of the keynote speakers will be sharing for all of us about some insights about how do we develop our ecosystem of manufacturing ecosystem. What are the ways to proceed? What are the attributes to drive success? And press who have been here, please move forward closer to be on stage. Just in case that if you have any questions, to raise your hands, our team will walk towards you and hand you the microphone. And during your question and inquiries, please introduce yourself, what media company you're from, or even TV channel you're from. Who are you representing?
Oh.
Well, the leadership and management, there is four of them, will be here on stage to answer your questions. Dr. Kanit is here with us, and Mr. Vishian, they're ready, and also with Ms. Kantaton here as well. And there's 2 more leadership management. Please wait a moment. Without further ado, if you have any questions, any formal questions, please ask. Mr. Richard is over there. Today is a very important topic to be mentioning about automation and decarbonization. As the opening ceremonies have been discussed, the way the manufacturing process has been advancing without waiting for any. About 2 or 3 years back, we began experimenting with automation, but as to present, automation is not enough because we also have to do decarbonization as well in our policies. And as Mitsubishi has been mentioning, Tani has mentioned, it's about not only decarbonization, but the components and the parts that combine together. All our vendors, our business vendors, they also have to practice decarbonization as partnerships, so we can truly claim that it's the whole entire process. Don't only think that only the vehicle or automobiles will do, but all the components. As long as we're partners in the industry, must do it too. As long as we manufacture. This is the reason why Mitsubishi is here today about showing their solutions. Any questions, please proceed. Media, press, and we also have the leadership management from Japan will be here with us on stage as well. I'm Mr. Kantotan Wanwasu, CEO of asked the mediator to help facilitate the question in Japanese. So the stage is yours, gentlemen. If there is any translation in Japanese to English, wait a while. If you have any questions, please proceed with your questions, inquiries. Just a moment ago, it has to, Mr. Kenneth, in your keynote speech, you were mentioning about there will be a partnership between Mitsubishi to build upon and development as a center about BCG. Could you further expand on this? Well, we have been in partnership with Mitsubishi for many, many years. Our model that has been extremely successful, the model about creation of automation park. Yes, and Mitsubishi, in truth, is a project in partnership between Mitsubishi has been bringing the machines, and we are doing them tax deduction and all these. And the government of Thailand, and we also create the education center there as well. The case study that was very successful because we allowed the public to come here and attend, even most investors or entrepreneurs, or even workers, even the management, or even children. We believe that once the expansion from automation to decarbonization, there's a solution within itself. There's many for them to play with. If they don't see it, the learning method will be slower. This is why I talked to Mr. Vishen and the team, our task force, that in the future, we should create a center that will deal with decarbonization as we did with the Automation Park initiative, so that the public will understand and train at exactly to the main point. Mr. Vishen, you want to add on that?
Let me add more on this. As Dr. Professor Panit just said, in the past 4 years, we focused on digitalization, but today it's inevitable that decarbonization plays a role to reduce carbon footprint. This is the point that we believe that today, not only in addition to promoting the success of EEC Automation Park, that we collaborate with EEC and develop this with EEC and BC. We, in addition to digitalization, we also have to work on decarbonization to reduce carbon footprint. So this is why we named today's event that in addition to our partnership between Thailand and Japan, we have digitalizing and decarbonizing in manufacturing. We also have the hardware that is used to monitor and reduce energy as well. This is what can help. And meanwhile, we have alliances. In the following section, we would explain more on this. Our alliances, in some companies, they have know-how about how to use it together with our factories to work on visualizing decarbonization in terms of saving energy. And we can make a plan to reduce carbon In manufacturing, this is the next step that we have to adopt technology to help the Thai industry, be it small, medium, or large.
Yes. As a two, you mentioned, it's so important, vital importance about digitalization and decarbonization. Because Mitsubishi Electric Automation, we are ready to support Thailand with all the development of industries in the future. Mr. Bishu has been conducting business about the e-factory. E-factory is in the middle, right? That's the highlight. Automation is part with attracting partners, and we're attracting more partners to come with decarbonization as well. But it's the same platform. So if we're successful in our first initiative, which I can tell you is our second step and the mechanisms will be the same thing, success as well. Any other questions, please ask.
Would this technology be applied to all other most companies? What other help will be provided to them? Will this kind of advanced technology be applied to SME or small companies? And what EEC has, which policy does EEC has to help with these small companies? I would ask EEC and Mitsubishi also. When we work on automation, as a big company, we have worked on this for quite some time. In many companies, we have worked on automation. So the point that we can help is we will help SME companies and Thai companies who have joint investment with Japan. Also, we have Japanese companies in general that work on automation as well. I believe in the same way that when we work on decarbonization, it's going to be the same thing. We will focus on every group. The big group already work on this and they hire consultants already. But for small and medium-sized companies, we have to give importance because once they are successful, this will lead to a big impact. So we don't emphasize only on large companies, but also on small companies as well. The process of automation has been applied in more than 200 firms already. And I believe that the next firms that are going to apply automation will work together with decarbonization as well. We will apply both tracks in the same stage. Thank you very much for this question, especially for SME companies. Mitsubishi, as we mentioned previously, we have alliances today called EE Factory Partners. We have tried to produce a factory package, so that the cost for SME size will be affordable. Meanwhile, for our partners, for some companies, we have visualization system of the carbon value. We can visualize carbon in scope 1, 2, and 3. In scope 3, this can answer your question. For example, in automobile industry, we have tier 1, tier 2, tier 3, and tier 4. For SMEs, will be in the group of tier 3 and 4, which have quite enormous. Their sizing might not be big. It may be as big as SME size. Our group, Mitsubishi, we offer solutions in e-factory. This is a package that would include decarbonization and DOE that can reduce energy. The question is, what can SME get from here? We already have package for you, but we need to find solutions that would be in e-factory.
Which a summary. Well, I'd like to add one. In Japan, there's like a proportion, like Thailand, 99% is like SMEs. This is why Japan has a lot of experience, especially Mitsubishi Electricity. Well, we have a lot of products and solutions to many corporations, no matter if you're small, medium, or large. The success of Japan can actually be shared with the Thailand success story as well. We got 20 minutes for Q&As with the press. Well, just a second ago, you mentioned about SMKL. Could you please expand and how it can be developing and support all entrepreneurs? Mr. Rich, Mr. Chen, you first, sir. Smart manufacturing Kaizen. Well, I have to inform you this way. The way we introduce this is that the base of manufacturing and factories in Thailand, back in the day, we began with about increasing machinery according to the orders, more work, purchase more machines. So if you want to implement e-factory for the entire industry, it's hard because we don't have the know-how yet and the linking of the systems. This is why we have introduced a smart manufacturing Kaizen is a step that to change from people to robotics, and then how to connect each sector with the IT infrastructure, and then we'll closing with the supply chain. This is the concept behind it. That's correct. According to Mr. Vision, we totally support it. I want to emphasize on this, the system about automation and with decarbonization. When any company or any firm or factory, if you can succeed, the investment is the cost actually decreases. It's not that you want to do this innovation and the cost is higher and better cost. No, contrary, it's about efficiency. If you want to do circular economy, any company, the more you do it, the stronger it will becomes. If you want input, what are the output? These things will drive the cost down. And I believe it's the heart that when you do automation, I want you to view it this way. The numbers, the cost will actually decrease by 30%. You do decarbonization as well. These numbers will actually lessen even more. We have 15 more minutes. Any decarbonize, like our AP has been mentioned, that it saves energy within itself. Yes. I would like you to analyze about the potential of Thai industries. If we want to do decarbonize, how can we do so? And what's the initial investment? Well, to make a rough number is kind of ballpark figure is kind of hard, but let me inform you this way, that the process of decarbonization is something that you can't evade. As our Deputy Minister has mentioned, that we have a commitment with COP26, that Japan has been in this agreement as well. These are the things that will drive our direction. It's clear cut. So if sooner or later, automation park that we have created, we created 5G's, automation will speed up. But it depends if decarbonization, if we can drive forward, how fast it is. As Mr. Tekene has mentioned, that he mentioned about that even in Japan, they have a package to support these initiatives. Thailand has these policies as well. In the same time, we will try to drive this even faster. I can't answer you sooner or later, but we'll try our best to speed it up.
in the case in Japan, actually decarbonization overall is quite hard to measure. But what's important is entrepreneurs in each factory has to make calculation using the machine about how much power is used, that how much carbon is produced in that process, so that we will know the fact first for the whole factory, how much carbon would be produced, and we have to reduce that gradually. And Japan has to work on the measure of this gradually. This is to help reduce the carbon in the whole picture and then in the whole country in Japan. I believe that what is important for now is once we work on automation, we need to see that we have solutions that we are going to work on it. We will find people to help work on this. We have to drive this for now. How much budget is used for this? This is the money that the private sector can save. Once we can drive forward this, and we know that it's running, it's operating, we have to try to facilitate this to make it more faster. We need to have solutions for the companies to see, and then they can tell how much budget can be saved. Okay, thank you. I'd like to add more on this. What Ajahn Kanit just said in session 2 is going to be the case that we want to share the information with all of you. Okay. So, okay, thank you so much, everyone.
Welcome back again. I believe that many of you probably already have coffee and drinks that we have already prepared, including snacks, and have enough energy to enter to the next session. Anyway, I like to move on to the keynote session. I like to ask the team to show the QR code on the screen one more time because we like to invite the guests to do the survey about the investment in Thailand. As today, Deputy Prime Minister Mr. Supathanaphong has mentioned about this during his opening speech at the beginning. And I like to ask all of the honorable guests to scan the QR code and take a survey, which could be done on your smartphone or any devices, so that we can have all of your opinions to improve the Thailand investment. Thank you very much.
And nonetheless, I would like all our guests who are here and those who are still outside the venue, please come back in. And our keynote speakers are ready to share their insights and experience about application of technology for development of industry. Please come in, please return and reconvene. At this moment, I would like to break into 3 phases. First phase about the keynote, which is the second part of the keynote. After the keynote speeches, I will bring all of you to our panel discussion with 2 topics on topic number 2. Once you are ready, without further ado, I would like to reconvene EEC Connecting Thailand and Japan Collaboration 2022, Digitalizing and Decarbonizing in Manufacturing, which on the agenda, important topics, we have keynote speeches, both domestically in Thailand and from Japan overseas, about discussion about encouraging business operations here in Thailand. On this occasion, I would like to invite Deputy Director General Trade and Economy Commerce Bureau, Ministry of Economic and Trade and Industries, or known as METI. Round of applause for His Excellency. Good greetings, Swadikap, as have been mentioned and in introduction. My name is Kubota Osamo, and I am the Deputy Director General from Trade and Economic Collaboration Bureau from METI. As of today, my topic of discussion is on the topic of the Japanese start-scale development and cooperation in Thailand, but nonetheless, on the aspect about promotion of investing. If you want to see it as on the perception, our ministry, we see that and give importance of how to develop the environment of how corporations can conduct businesses. This is one of the priority topics. And as of today, on our office, our responsibility is about cooperation on the industrial side, on the perception of HRD, which is human resource development, especially human HRDs in the industrial sector. And on this perception is that on how we conduct businesses of how the Ministry of METI, I would like to share and discuss with all of you and inform all of you. And I will use this document as the presentation. First on the agenda for METI, or the Ministry of Trade and Industries, we foresee that technical cooperation, or to expand on the definition, is about cooperation, but the methodology, cooperation with intent and objectives. In the past, technical cooperation is a contribution of how to development of industries on that developing country or emerging country, but nonetheless, as part of the cooperation of METI, is that we foresee on the aspect of what will have the impact or the result of the business, especially in Japan, how does it benefit? And the question is that, what can we do to create a cooperation and benefits for both parties have the win-win objectives? As you see at the bottom of the slide, you can see that when a Japanese company has expanded their business operations overseas, they will have this made to topic number 2, the challenges for businesses or that business. This is why the ministry or METI accumulate all these challenges as the problem statement of finding ways in how to solve these challenges and barriers through methods of technical cooperation. Thus, Japanese companies can proceed with their business operations and with the cycle and harmony. And as you can see, this is the positive cycle about economic and technological cooperation on the aspect of Japanese. Furthermore, we would talk about the development of human resource development on the industrial sector, and also development and readiness and prepare the environment of how to proceed on the private sector. And all of today, these are the 2 topics I am going to have my discussions on. First off, let's look at the term about development of human resources on the industrial sector. As of present, for METI, we will have an office that will conduct these activities and responsible. We call AOTS, or Association for Overseas Technical Cooperation and Sustainable Partnerships, which this office, or task force, which has an objectives about developing human resources in the industrial sector of that particular country, which are overseas outside of Japan. As of present, we have many companies that has been developed with AOTS, more than 400,000 people, and in Thailand, well, 55,000 Thais have been developed in this project as well. And as you can see on this chart, you can see that this is a picture of the globe, and you can also see that there are people that has been trained by AOTS, has been an association or an alumni of AOTS, and in these associations in different countries, they will have connections, fantastic connections. and we will intend to drive for members of these alumni, with accounting for 44 countries overseas. We have more than 73 branches and offices, which nonetheless, not only you get training, but it's about partnering and creating networking between each other. This is why it's one of our strengths of such of these activities by AOTS. Now, in reality, we have other programs about human resource development. You probably wonder, what are they? There are two aspects. Aspect number one, we call it as technical training in Japan, which means that all these people who will take part will travel to Japan. They will get trained in Japan in going down to detail, and beginning with laying the foundations of speaking, learning the Japanese language, the Japanese culture, and understanding the corporate culture of Japan. Moreover, participants will be trained on the practical aspects or hands-on, on-the-job training. These are the contents of the technical training in Japan. Second aspect, we refer to this as expert dispatch programs, which means that, let me expand on that, it's a program that will send experts and specialists to that particular country. As on this presentation slide, we will have companies that are Japanese established in different countries throughout the world. This is the reason why the methodology of how we send specialists and experts from Japan or from the private sector of Japan and then have them visit to other countries, or even send Japanese experts to Thailand, for instance. Now, furthermore, on the technical aspect or even the methodology, we also foresee about how to conduct business or how to manage business with the intention of a seamless experience. This also includes about you creating such an environment for business to thrive. Let me give you an example. In that particular country, may have offices or a task force or agencies or associations that may want to initiate and apply new systems and apply to their country. But nonetheless, that system must have someone to drive and further develop the human resources to know how to use and how to operators of this system, and must prepare them for it. This is why it's another facet to create such an environment and prepare it. This is why METI has seen that as a major goal that we must succeed. So once we have some major adjustments and try to solve all the challenges of how to conduct business, once we solve that, business expansion will be seamless. And if you see the second part or the bottom of the slide, at present, we will see undergoing the COVID-19 pandemic. This is the reason why we have applied tools and digital technologies. But into tangible aspects about is the digital technologies about how to help train people using virtual reality or using a 360-degree camera, which this enables us to create and host online trainings on such for every parties will have to undergo with COVID-19 pandemic. And when there's the previous slides I've mentioned, it's about the efforts of METI. Nonetheless, in the foreseeable future, our direction, I would like to use this opportunity to mention that first off is EGIF, stands for Asia. According next chapter, for in Japan, we foresee that if we want to create the partnership in business, especially in the ASEAN region, as I've mentioned, the leadership and the management previously have mentioned about to our left, EGIF, which is the acronym standing for Japan Investing for the Future Initiative, is an initiative that His Excellency Nashita, the Ambassador of Japan, has mentioned, is that what is the priority, what is important to have this initiative happen. Remember, procreation is a key term. This is the reason why we will create procreation as an initiative to drive and make it happen about cooperation and co-creation, new initiations, new initiatives, and create sustainability for the future. Moreover, we will also foresee about the importance about power and energy, we call AETI, or the Asia Energy Transition Initiative. It's an act or an agreement about power and energy. And the objective and our goal that we see is about, you can see about the three squares at the bottom. Our problem statement is that how can we create the Asian region? How to make investors more interested by creating this region as the global hub and supply chain? And definitely we have to highlight, we also have to talk about HRD, human resource development, which is also an important thing, which is why METI has given emphasis and importance to. Which also means to you, it means that if we want to bring the level of innovation to a higher level for sustainability and innovation that will solve the challenges of society, and to the right, as you can see, we call it promoting energy transition. It means that we need to speed up about how to usage of energy in the future. Definitely, as you can see, the small letters in the square about energy transition is, even if in English, is very pragmatic energy transition. It means that we will proceed about the transition of the energies of the past to the future to make it tangible. This, on to this point, is a movement or initiation of the government side, find partnership with countries of the countries in the ASEAN region. Therefore, to make these initiations drive forward and proceed, we must take part and importance that the private sector, companies and corporations, and the education sector must be the key players and key actors in driving this, as shown in this slide. On to the left, you can see the chart showing, the diagram showing that we have the mechanism, that we have a support for the private sector from Japan to host courses educating on the technological and technical aspect, which are advanced technologies for students in universities, training them about the direction of the future and the days ahead. This is why the private sector of Japan will take part with universities. We call it Indo course. It's courses from the private sector hosted without any expenses, hosting it for free. And once these courses are curated, it will enable us to create human resource, which are human capital for development for advanced industries of the future. As you can see onto the chart to your right, we have the names of the universities that we have been partnering in the ASEAN region. We have courses that have been successful, as shown. Now, furthermore, on this slide, my final slide, is about our efforts and driving forces in Thailand of the past. In Thailand, we have a word for Thailand 4.0. This is why METI has been cooperating or developing of industries which will bear fruit and have result of having Thailand achieve Thailand 4.0. And these things as key success factors that we see for Thailand 4.0, especially about industries of manufacturing. First off, we must foresee that it is essential that we must develop the capabilities and skills of people to encourage digitalization to an advanced level. Another aspect is that we must try to seek a stage for these people to have the ability to show and give back to Thai society. This is why we came a so important programs, which are three, which I will mention. First off is LASI, LASI, which stands for Lean Automation System Integrator. This project or this initiative The idea behind it is this, that those who provide services about the design, system integration design, we intend that we want to develop them to SI with the perception to create or design manufacturing system that is lean, zero waste as much as possible. Second initiative, we call it LEAP, which stands for Lean IoT Plan Management and Execution. Which, may I expand on that, that the trainers or the people who participate in this training will have hands-on experience and try to test and learn from this equipment. These equipment are intended to about to OEE or equipment effectiveness in manufacturing or how to usage of machinery, especially in companies. These machines will use IoT devices for integration, giving engineers of that company the capabilities to further develop in the industries. And the third program initiative, we call it Smart Manudai Sukuri Support Team, which this team has been created, and we foresee that we intend them to have to be as consultants as IoT with, and they also look about the Kaizen methodology and the capabilities to give consultations of how to apply IoT and robotics, of how to adjust their manufacturing processes in or the country's SMEs. Therefore, these three initiatives and these three programs, if you combine them together, you will be able to see that to our left is that as of present, we have developed experts, people who participate has become experts, more than 1,000 participants. And the next step to your right is that after these 1,000 experts that have been trained, we see them that we need more experts. This is why we will continue and move forward with the development of human resources continuously. And those who have graduated and have passed these training sessions, we will also seek and create a system for them to have a stage for them to show and shine. It's so essential and vital that we have to continue these efforts. The development side, human resources, and you must utilize them with full effect and have them produce results, benefits to society. And it's not just about quantity, but it's about having these people who participate and develop with quality. And the final thing is that it will contribute to society and to Thailand. And when we talk about these kind of initiatives, as for METI, we foresee that it should assist and be beneficial as another key aspect about development advanced industries for Thailand. Furthermore, Thailand and Japan will nonetheless continue to share win-win success stories and mutual cooperation. And as of today, I may have used a few minutes to explain briefly about the initiations of METI, but this is a brief overview. But nonetheless, if any of you have any interest or inquiries about our initiations, please contact and ask any questions. Thank you very much.
Coming up next, I would like to invite Kun Vishen to give a gift to Mr. Kubota. Please give them a big applause. This is the collaboration between the two organizations. Thank you very much. And next, I would like to invite another distinguished guest who sacrifices his time to show up here today. On this occasion, let me invite the Thai trade representative and advisor to Deputy Prime Minister Mamluang Chayothit Kittakon. Please come on the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, all distinguished guests, This afternoon, I heard the Deputy Prime Minister talk about the government policy, and we also talk about EEC policy. And as a Thai trade representative and the operator in strategic in the drive of the Thailand's economy, what are the strategies that have been conducted so far? First of all, I'd like to say that during the COVID-19 pandemic, the operations team has worked for 18 months, and we chose our target industry that is very important to Thailand. Here are the list of the priorities: automobile, electric, tourism, pharmacy, and digitalization. Why are these industries important to Thailand? If we take a look at the electronic, EV, electronics, and tourism, these three sectors can generate the revenue of 50% of the GDP of the nation. If we cannot move towards new initiatives in these three sectors, in which we are the champion in ASEAN, then there would be a big hole for our GDP, not today, but in the next 5 years. The automobile industry is a large industry for Thailand. We produce 2 million cars a year. We use only 1 million and export 1 million. This can generate 15 to 17% of our GDP. Today, although we are the champion in ASEAN, we are the number 10th of the world. However, the cars uses fuels. What can we do for energy transition to EV? The Thai government spent the past 1 year to work in collaboration with OEMs in Thailand, be it from Japan, Europe, and America, and also the new one from China. They are all interested in the automobile industry in Thailand. We spent 1 year with them. We had a discussion with them to talk about what we can do to apply the government policy that can lead us to be the leader in EV producers in ASEAN. You can see that over the past years, probably in the last 2 months, we initiated the EV policy. We would give funding subsidy for those who want to change their cars using fuels to EV cars with the subsidy of 1.5 thousand baht for the cars valued at less than 2 million baht. This policy was initiated with the consultation with automakers. We had the testing at Motor Show recently, and you can see from the news that we could sell 30,000 cars with the majority of EV vehicles. This is quite a good opportunity, because once we issued this policy, we had the roadshow in Japan, which is the first country for our exhibition. Japan is our great partner for many years, and we had a chance to meet with automobile companies, be it Toyota, Nissan, or Toyota. All the companies gave us confidence that they would use Thailand as the manufacturing base for EV vehicles. You can see from the news that Toyota has signed the MOU with this policy from Japan, and the remaining companies would be those from China. But the companies in Japan that I mentioned, they said that in the next 2 years, they are committed to join our project of EV production in Thailand. In addition to EV vehicles, we have subsidy for people who have a desire to buy EV vehicles, and we will also launch other measures that would give benefits and privileges to the producers of battery and charging of EV in Thailand for better ecosystem of EV industry. And Thailand is ready to be engaged with new producers in this world, whether they are in China. Today, China has brought in the EV producers to join in Thailand. How important is EV industry in Thailand? That it affects 15% of our GDP. We believe that EV can help boost up the electronic industry in Thailand, which account for 15% of our GDP. This is like the downstream of our Thailand business. What can we do to make electronics industry to be upstream? Because our competitors in ASEAN, including new competitors in Vietnam, they are quite aggressive in electronics. If we can go up beyond to upstream, this would be a good news for our country in the future. For smart electronics, we believe that if we can be the EV hub for production of EV vehicles, this would lead to the desire for smart electronic parts, such as chips or lasers to produce chips. This can help make Thailand have the ecosystem, a full circuit ecosystem. And this is what we can persuade manufacturers of smart electronics upstream to come and make an investment in Thailand. Taiwan, Japan, when we organized the roadshow in Japan, we met with the smart producers of the electronic parts in Japan, and we invited them to join us in the business. And they said that they want to enlarge their business in Japan first before coming to Thailand. And they asked what kind of incentives will be provided. The Thai government is thinking about making an investment for upstream smart electronic parts. We need to have subsidy for them for the upstream parts. When Taiwan or Korea want to make an investment in other countries, they receive subsidy. The subsidy here, I mean capital subsidy. When we have 100 baht, we have to give subsidy for X baht. This is the incentive from the government sector to provide them. If we want to move up the curve to upstream, the revenue that we can get from selling electronic parts will be a lot more than selling them from downstream parts. And this can lead to the main revenue sources for Thailand. The Thai government is trying to launch the CHIP Act. We are going to enact the law to save the finance to support this industry, to make it happen in Thailand. And we do hope that this is going to be embedded in the strategy of the National Council for Development of Thailand for the aggressive operations. And this can lead to the transformation of the landscape of electronics industry to be upstream, downstream, and in the middle. And now, in the 5 industries that we can see here, I just talked about the 3 industries, but one thing that is important is tourism. About 20% of the GDP relies on tourism. We rely on 50 million tourists coming to Thailand. Today, we cannot see 40 million tourists anymore. It will take such a long time for us to see 50 million tourists coming in again. When we take a look at these industries, they are mostly dependent on foreign countries. We had to have a discussion with foreign companies in Thailand, embassies, and trade organizations. We would have to ask them what the pain points are. The first one is the policy of immigration in Thailand is extremely bad. In the past, we have 1 year work permit. 90% they have to report to the police or immigration. So they are wondering if we invite them for investment or for imprisonment in Thailand, they did not receive any respect from us. That's why we have to issue a new kind of visa for 10 years. This is a long-term residential visa. The 10-year visa is coupled with a work permit, as well as many kinds of incentives for income tax. If they come to live in Thailand, they will receive a flat rate tax incentive. And they hope that for Thailand, in addition to inspiring them to make an investment in Thailand, we also hope that Thailand will be the hub of residences and investment, as well as innovations and trade. We believe that this is the key DNA enabler that foreign investors would find us more friendly for the investment. The visa that I mentioned, by the end of August, this is going to be implemented and ready for application. Also, we will have a one-stop service center that is going to happen. There will be Krung Thai Bank and PTT to serve as the center to work on this platform. What is this one-stop service center? It is the platform that can help foreigners, once they plan to stay in Thailand, they can ask questions about where to stay, what kind of schools for their children, what kind of bank, or anything about living in Thailand. One-stop service platform is something that foreigners will have. They really want to find information on this for their better living in Thailand. The Thai government believes that LTR program like this will make Thailand a good place, make it easy for foreigners to make an investment in Thailand. And now let's talk about the other two industries, pharma and nutrition. Pharma industry, as we know, we are very good at providing treatment to people. We are very good at healthcare. Although we do not produce medicine by ourselves, we need to be dependent on foreigners. That's why we want Thailand to be the hub of producing medicine and medical equipment in Thailand, as well as new medical care in terms of preventive measures. We had a discussion with pharmaceutical companies overseas, as well as Japan, Europe, and America, about what kind of improvements need to be made. We work in collaboration with EEC, who has the authority to exempt some regulations that would be a hindrance. This is called EEC Sandbox. That will bring in experts from overseas. However, if we go on the normal route, this is not doable. In Thailand, we have talked about 4.0 for quite a long time. However, we cannot be a 100% 4.0 if we are not the data center for Southeast Asia, and if we cannot be the cloud service center for Southeast Asia. That's why we have to try to have a discussion with foreign industries for high scalers in conducting business in data service center and cloud service center, so that we can propose Thailand to be the location for investors to choose rather than Singapore. Why are we so confident that they will come to Thailand for this? Everyone in any kind of business or services, they really want to have clean energy. Today, our neighbor countries, Singapore doesn't have any place for renewable energy. Vietnam, Indonesia, Malaysia, they still use coal for more than 50% for power plants. But Thailand, we use only 10% of coal for power energy and 70% from gas, although it's carbon, but it's still clean. And the other 20% is renewable energy from Laos as well. And the policy from the Prime Minister is in 2030, there will be no use of coal anymore. The Prime Minister said that in 2050, we will be carbon neutral. So in the near future, this plan is going to be included in PEP. We try to demand that renewable energy for 50% will be used and the other 50 from gas. So this will make Thailand the cleanest country. If we want to be the hub of production in the industry, the location for industry in terms of logistics and energy, they are also equally important. So Thailand can say that we are even cleaner than other countries. I do hope that high-scaler companies who can come for data center or cloud service center will consider Thailand in a positive way, because we in Thailand, we have clean energy. When we look at the policy that we have worked on so far, we would think about cabinet approval first. In the past 3 months, we talked about the package of EV. We received positive response from automobile producers, especially from Japan. And also the visa that I just mentioned. In 2030, what we want to see, EV vehicles by 2030, 30% of the cars that we produce will be EV vehicles. That means 2,500,000 vehicles will be produced. This would lead to the creation of clean roads. In terms of electronic revenue, if we can tie in this with EV vehicles, we can see more $3 billion more US dollars in our revenue. And when we want Thailand to be persuade people to come and live in Thailand for long-term residents, we can generate $1 billion more US dollars. And if we want to have investment in digital cloud center and services, if foreigners come to live in Thailand, we will generate more, like $1 million US dollars. If we have 1 million foreigners, we will generate more, 100 more US dollars. It is like 1/3 of the revenue. So if with only 1 million foreigners coming to live in Thailand, isn't it more interesting to do? This can lift up our tourism in Thailand, not to mention their relatives coming in for a visit. So this is a new source of income for Thailand. And we don't need to depend on whether 50 million people, tourists, will come to Thailand or not. And for the investment in digital cloud service center, if we can is successful in persuading people to come in for investment in this regard, this would lead to over 100,000 million baht, million US dollars. If you want to be successful in digital cloud center and services, the computing will be tremendous in AI, metaverse, or other innovative technology for production, learning, and teaching. This can be a totally reform that can lead us to Thailand 4.0 in terms of big platforms. When we talked about whether other car automobile producers in Thailand already, are there any other people interested? The next slide, please. We work progressively. We try to introduce Foxconn, which is a Taiwanese company, to join us. Foxconn is the biggest manufacturer of Apple phone in the world. To come make an investment in Thailand to have EV plant. PTT is an oil and gas company. We try to deviate from carbonization. We try to move to clean energy. So PTT is very keen in ecosystem and EV industry. We bring in Foxconn to join us, and in the next 2 years, it's going to be a successful project. And we believe that Thailand would be the center of autonomous vehicle producer. And Apple has been trying to conduct a research on this. Another thing is LTR. We try to attract head office relocation, the regional head office from Hitachi. When they merged with Acrylic, they made a decision for home appliances to be moved, to be relocated to Thailand. And here, I like to summarize the top key enablers that are being unlocked. You can see 12 of this. From 1 to 3 enablers is all about EV. As I said, it's about battery support and the import of cars without any tax, but they need to be produced in Thailand. And also for health support and tax exemption. But the thing that I want to highlight is capital grant and R&D grant. This is what the government has just produced, has just initiated, so that there will be funding for capital and R&D grant for companies making an investment in Thailand with talent partnership programs that BOI would be the host to connect you with educational institutions more efficiently. Also, in the ease of doing business initiatives, we have special fast-track visa supported immigration. And also in terms of work permit, hopefully we do hope that if we can make it successful, now it's more concrete. So foreigners can see that Thailand acts even better than speak. So once I paid a visit to Japan, I like to summarize the key takeaways from our visit to Japan. First, they can see the big difference of Thailand, that at least we have initiatives in terms of EV and visa. And they think, and Japanese corporate leaders, 70 companies from Japan will come to Thailand to see if they should relocate their companies to Thailand. So Nippon, Shin, and other companies would move to Thailand. So this is a good momentum that can drive Thailand to be the hub, the regional hub of innovation and trade in the region. Japan is so confident that the policies that Thailand is moving forward, I like to say that why do we have to motivate this kind of demand? I would say that EV, many people, many countries try to defeat us. Indonesia want to be the leader, as well as Vietnam. I'm not afraid of Vietnam, but I'm more scared of Indonesia because they are keen in batteries and vehicles that can work on the production of batteries, cadmium, and minerals. But Indonesia doesn't have any demand in that country. That's why we need to create demand in Thailand. If Thailand can adjust ourselves to use EV as fast as possible, that means that 1 million consumption in Thailand will be the demand that we want to see. And as we can see previously, we started from the demand in the country, and then they will use Thailand as the hub for exportation. So this is the measure that we can use to fight against our competitors, especially when we want to move forward to decarbonization. This is exactly what Japan expects. And from what our visit to Japan, we can see clinical energy plant. There are new plants. The Deputy Prime Minister, upon his return to Thailand, he said that whenever other investors would like to make an investment in Thailand, EGAT need to provide them with clean energy. That would be 2,000 megawatts of clean energy once they want to establish new plants in Thailand, so that they can have clean energy that can be traced back. Therefore, in terms of EV, as I said previously, Japanese automobile makers said that they make a commitment that they would use Thailand as the hub. For those who have not joined yet, they would come in the next 2 years. For smart electronics, as I said, Japan will pay a visit to Thailand and see if Thailand can be used as the hub for upstream expansion. The same way goes to pharmaceutical industry. This is a brief takeaway that the Thai government has been working on. And other than this, there would be a lot more. If digitalization can be successful, we will make more progress in soft power, gaming, smart studio, and etc. Anyway, so far, we received positive feedback from other countries. Actually, the Deputy Prime Minister said that we should conduct a survey. So I would like everyone here to vote to conduct a survey for us. Among 10 of the industries here, what is important for you? What is better for now? I may not have time to share your feedback today, but later I would share the result later, and this result will be used for the improvement of the process in Thailand. I'd like to express my appreciation to Japanese companies and all distinguished guests who have trust in Thailand. And we believe that partnership is long-term friendship, and this can help develop Thailand together. Thank you very much. Thank you very much to Mam Luang Chayotit. Please stay on the stage. And Kun Vichit, please come on the stage to give him a present. Then for the speech of Mam Luang Chayotit and Mr. Kubota, I would like to summarize all together at the end. We can see the direction from the government from Mam Luang Chayotit's speech. Thank you very much. This is what he has shared with all of us about the investment in Thailand. What can we do to make it Thailand more attractive for all investors from other countries? And finally, at the end of the special keynote session, I'd like to invite Deputy Secretary General from the Office of the Public Sector Development Commission Miss Aripan Jaransuk, please come on the stage.
Greetings, honorable guests today. I feel honored to have this opportunity to share of the policies of the public sector and the government to adjust about the investment environment in Thailand. First off, what the Thai government has been adamant, we use the criteria of adjusting efficiency of public officials of the World Bank of Ease of Doing Business, which is an index with an objective that when conducting business in any country, especially this country, with ease, we use 3 words: easier, faster, cheaper, and smarter regulations. This is our goal. When you have such a goal and such an objective, the public sector, the government will try to increase the level, because we used to be put at the 49th level in the index, and back in 2020 we were able to advance or get it to higher to the 21st of all the 190 countries. It shows that the public sector, the government sector of Thailand have adjusted itself. What we did, the important criteria that I want to show to you, that in the government sector we have been reprocessing, such as about combining as making as one sub-service, applying about the way of risk management in the ways we were of how to evaluate tax returns, even capability with data analytics using in the government sector, or even returning tax returns, make it easier, make it faster, or even with customs, applying, we call it pre-arrival processing to use as well. Next, what the government has been doing, we call it as e-service. In e-service, we have been trying to drive that when asking for permission, especially during the COVID pandemic, we changed the crisis into an opportunity. The government sector have been adjusting itself that we have e-services, everything done online, such as, give me an example, NSW, as you're very well familiar with, from G to G, and then change to B to G. And out of today, we have been driving this to many other agencies. Another aspect of importance that we must give importance to is about the amendments in law, which laws that are impediments to conducting business, such as e-meetings or those shareholder meetings. Especially in Thailand, we actually came up with regulations and law, or even amendments about how to register business. In the past, we used it as a stepway method, and we made amendments that we have to reflect upon the initial investment, one rate, or even registering your business. This is why when we drive forward with this initiative, the direction of the government sector, there are 3 main aspects. It's about the first aspect is public e-service. E-service will be coincide as today's event. Our intention that our services should be automated processing. We want to decrease the discretion of the government officer, but we want the system to be able to analyze according to what has been input in. Next is about what we're trying to drive in speed, in haste, is to make the government to be all the data, information, centralize it. Some agencies, such as the Business Development and Trade Agency, we have a data warehouse. This creation has the capability to analyze data effectively. For instance, if you want to conduct business in a particular area, information and data, you have many businesses have been open and you have closed it down. This is about big data analysis. And third topic is about the digital infrastructure throughout the government agencies to support about business processes, so that the government sector can increase to the theme, which is Government 4.0, and to this today's forum as well. Another topic that I think is of vital importance that will reflect upon you and share with you our insights of the services of the government sector is that it's about the services of the government, and we want to centralize it. We call it BIS portal. This portal, we refer to this as a one-stop service. We have centralized all 90 permissions. In all these 90 permissions, on these 90 forms, it may not be convenient because it's not fully digitalized. So we were able to do about 20 forms. When we say fully, it means about contact, about authorization. You don't have to visit the agency. You can do it in front of the computer. And in this year, we will try to get 40 more forms to be digitalized. Citizen portal, for instance, that we are trying to drive and encourage. And if you perceive it as a citizen, if you want to contact with government agencies, one more topic of importance is that it's in the works, is that we have created a pilot, our NDTP, National Digital Trade Platform. In 1 year's attempt, we will be able to roll out and implement. What does NDTP means? It stands for National Digital Trade Platform. It enables us a pathway of how documents are proceeded through the digital channel from B to B. Let me give you an example. If you pass a permission for shipment, invoices, quotations, or purchase orders, it doesn't have to be paper format any longer. It can be digitalized now. We have a pilot and we're testing it right now. We have asked permission with Japan as well, and we had the cooperation from the government from Japan, Singapore, and Korea now. And finally, that I will use some time to explain. It's an update of all these things to create ease with businessmen and women with a 10 for 10 accordance that's been submitted, that the government sector, what are the things that the government should adjust and improve? As of now, we have progressed 5 topics. First thing is about decreasing about the process of customs of cross-border goods transaction. Number 2 is about eliminate redundant regulation guillotine. We have thousands of work processes. As of now, we were able to complete 86 and fix it. And this also including about assessment of account base or custom audits, which we have been applying with our works. And this also about improving skilled labor, as Mucha mentioned, that how can businesses get to this workforce. And finally, it's about the digitalization, about authorization of the community of the FDA, and what are the demands that they can adjust it for themselves. And as of now, and finally, I truly believe that what I have mentioned to you briefly is an opportunity that the government sector ready to adjust ourselves and transform to digitalization and make everything faster with ease, with the encouragement for investment. And our next steps, we have a foreigner portal, and our agency, the OPDC, is creating this portal for all overseas investors can use this as a channel or portal for registration and permission. And these are all the initiatives from the government sector and all the other government agencies to adjust ourselves to answer the needs of the private sector. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Pan. Please remain on stage. Thank you very much. This is the way forward from the government sector. Mr. Shin, one more time, please come back on stage to have Mr. Pan a souvenir and a gift. Thank you very much. Sorry, next, as you can see on the previous keynote speech, is from Kubota or Mr. Momoshi or Ms. Aripan, has been showing us to see the insights of the way forward, which also includes attracting foreign investors, or even to see the opportunities of doing business or in Thailand. As Mr. Kubota mentioned about human development with the strategy of AOT, and even about the encouragement of training on ground or online, especially during the COVID pandemic, using tools of digitalization, VR, or even doing 60 camera. Furthermore, He even mentioned about investing in the ASEAN region and partnership with the education sector. As in Thailand, METI has been driving forward of SI engineers and creating experts in IoT. And most importantly, the bottom line is about developing people. This is the next step of METI will drive forth in Thailand. And on Lung Chayote's keynote speech, he emphasized about the 5 industries. As in Thailand, we are trying to support and foster basically government sector, the electric vehicles, or even the electronic industries, or even pharma, medicine, digital, or even tourism. This will be an opportunity that will create a lot of investors, not only for tourism, but about conducting businesses in Thailand, or even asking for visa for one-stop services. And we even created a task force that will attract investments for those specialists here in Thailand. Examples of mega deals that we have seen, and it has been a reality. It's not just a thought, but has happened. That is a government policy. Now, on Ms. Aripan's keynote speech on the last part, it was a summary about the development, even about the decreasing tax returns, amendments in law, or even risk assessments, or in development of skilled labor, or even adjusting the process about authorization of the Thai FDA. This is the plan that we want all of you to see, that in Thailand and Japan has foreseen about the fostering, driving forward business and encouraging investment in Thailand. And now that is the first part has passed, and we have 2 more sections to go to. A panel discussion with the topic referred to as fostering digital manufacturing ecosystem, present and the way forward, which on this session, we have been honored by the chairman of EEC Human Development Center. A round of applause for Dr. Abhishat Tongyu. Next, our next honorable guest, Director of Product and Manufacturing Technology Standardization and Promotion Group, Dr. Risho Supakamnerd. And our Managing Director, Mitsubishi Electric Factory Automation Thailand, Mr. Rishi and Namsuk Kasemsi. Been coming up and down the stage multiple times. And finally, for the Director of EEC Automation Park, Dr. Paiboon Limpit Panit. Greetings to all for you. On this topic, we will be discussing about fostering digital manufacturing ecosystem, present and way forward. The microphone. Okay, all microphones are working, so you can hear all the voices. The first thing is that I would to ask Mr. Wishian about the development about the digital systems. What is important about digital transformation? What are the aspects and the variables to develop it and to be successful? What are the variables for digital transformation to be successful in accordance to the roadmap? Goal. I will use this opportunity as the first person before I lose all my energy. I would like to summarize it this way, that the activities from Mitsubishi Electric has been in partnership with EEC and has been coordinating with EEC. 4 years back, Mitsubishi, we wanted to apply a solution with e-factory here and apply it in Thailand. And digital transformation was part of it. We wanted to create a harmony in 3 aspects. 1, digital engineering. 2, machine automation. And 3, and human. On the aspect of digital engineering, our head office or the headquarters and has a network throughout the world. And we have e-factory in this business for many years before coming here to Thailand, and we were ready. Machine automation, Thailand, we have a base. And EEC, this zone, we get rough numbers about 10,000, 20,000. And we understood that we were missing the human factor. Our office on the party, it was a sales office. We got an engineers, right? We got 200 people back then. We weren't able to cover the big picture or the entire country. So 4 years ago, we had an opportunity, had a discussion with Ajahn Abhishek, and met him. On that day forward, we ignited the fire that let's create the human factor, the human initiative. And we were thinking that Mitsubishi and BEC, how can we cooperate? How can we partner? And we have Dr. Pai Boon from Buraphan University. So we got like 3 driving forces, right? So we have to, 1, you create the awareness. What is e-factory? And inform it to the public. We've done it. But I just summarized everything we've done in 4 years. But the automation part, Dr. Pai Boon will expand on that. So COVID, 2020 to 2020, that was the peak of the COVID pandemic. We weren't able to do it. It was beyond us. So we started the networking. So basically to facilitate many agencies. As of today, we had about 5 companies, German, Japan, Thai, America, but we have 70 companies worldwide. And we're the same team that will to create such a solution. These 2 stages we completed. Today, we are talking about implementation phase. Done too, but we are in a scale that we just piloted yet. But I want all the guests here, you can see, observe this in section number 2. But we have a goal with EEC, as Dr. Keynotes has mentioned, 3 to 5 years ahead. Dr. Pai Boon will expand on that. But Mitsubishi will be aiding. Now we have a goal that in 2 or 3 years ahead, we want to create the e-factory about 200 factories. In the same time, in these 200 factories, 1 team can't do it. We have the ecosystem to support it. The question is, how can we find the people to do it? So Abhishek will tell you about it. So today, if the question is, are we ready? Yes, we are ready. Ready on the human aspect? Don't worry, Dr. Abhishek will explain that solution. Dr. Pai Boon will say then, talk about that. But now, Mitsubishi and all our partners in EEC, we have been incorporating about the kickoff on the implementation phase. Thank you very much.
Let me ask Khun Vishen about human resources. In the past years, we have to be faced with challenges. What are your challenges and what did you talk to the educational institutions? In the past, we had some issues about the sufficiency of human resources. At Mitsubishi Electric, we had the head office at Sukhumvit 101. We could train only 2,500 employees. However, during the COVID-19 pandemic, we could train only about 1,000 employees. But today we are ready in terms of EEC Automation Park. Overall, if I do not make any miscalculation, we could develop 7,000 to 8,000 personnel per year. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Vishen. Dr. Vishen has mentioned often is that when it comes to ECC automation part, coming back to Dr. Pai Boon. Dr. Pai Boon, as of now, after we had the training center and developing skill force and our people, human development and demonstration of technology of development about the ecosystem of 4.1, how ready is our ecosystem? And in the future, how are we going to proceed in accordance with EEC? Doctor? Well, I have to tell you that are we ready? Today we're ready. as according to Mr. Vishian has informed about that the past 3 years, it was about creating and preparing the ecosystem to support it. And we were creating the awareness in the public sector about manufacturing industry 4.0. EEC automation part, as of today and present, you can see that we have everything, every aspect, which includes the showcase technologies, or even about educating, informing, training, or the partners that can assist us in developing the industry to the point of industry 4.0 and using 5G telecom systems, right, signals. And we also got many alliances, both from the public sector, government sector, that will assist us in the incentives, such as the BOI, or even the SMEs, or the banking or the finance system, right? It will aid us that the factories that want to adjust and to be automated, they will find an ease to get into the capital and get incentives. The importance of this ecosystem that Mitsubishi and its alliances that created in the past 3 years to this present, it covers everything. We have been connecting with so many institutions and many government agencies, or any bodies of actors such as Syntex, or even the industry committee, or even for what we can't forget at all is about the businesses where automations are called Terra. This is our backbone that will develop this industry. It's clear. Furthermore, we also have our big brothers as well, such as EECI, S&G. To this point, it's about developing innovation. For instance, if a factory desires that they want to develop internal innovations or their own products, they can use this, they can create a sandbox or Wanchan Valley. The other machinery that any business owners will try to experiment and test on. Let's talk about digitalization. Got Bigma that has been parting in the promotional efforts or even skills that are required. Therefore, I would like to answer to you that our ecosystem that Mitsubishi and its alliances have prepared has covered in the past 3 years. We are ready. Our next step that we're gonna do is about implementation. Implementation, we will try to speed up with haste about the industry 4.0 with the usage of 5G signal. On this, I would like to thank Deputy Minister Sudhavan and Dr. Kanit, BEC. These two have been helping us in support and driving all these policies, especially in this year. In 2022, our goal is that 200 factories will be developed to the phase of automation and robotics, applying technologies in their factories. And furthermore, the next 5 years, our goal is that 10,000 factories should begin applying of use of digital transformation in their factories, which means that the Deputy Minister, and Dr. Kanit, and many senior officials in the government has been supporting that there should be a special policy in assisting these factories in industry, not only small or big, or big as well. These things must be a support on about guaranteeing insurance of their hardware, at least for 3 years, so that they have confidence that anything that has been invested in Thailand can be continually used. This also covers about the support in SI, about the services or the training of people, so that these industries that have been adjusted so that they can utilize their own skilled people and workforce and adjust and develop all the things and the machinery they invested upon. Therefore, I have been talking to Tara. SI has been using the methodology that in first year, SI will be working with the factories very closely, implementing and solving system issues. In year 2 and year 3, SI will slowly step back and let these factories lead themselves. So we will train the human resources of this factory about how to use this machinery and equipment and so forth. It's important. Moreover, we had other activities that also include the core or TARA. Activities include about to the driving as consultancy on adjustment of the industries at the right topic, and the problems of the factory manufacturing and bottlenecks issues, right? adjusting of automation. These are all key players. But in reality is that in the next session, we'll be having a showcase of our success case stories of how the factories and industries have been adjusting their manufacturing procedures and what are the benefits, not only big factories, but also factories that are in mid and small size. So EEC Automation Park, let me tell you about on that a little bit more, is that we are a key player in the mechanism in driving forward, especially with the help and assistance of our partnership, the right and straightforward direction. I would like to use a good quote from one of the senior government officials that when it comes to human development, it's a continuous effort that industries and factories has been adjusting the manufacturing process to Industry 4.0 with incorporation with the 5G signal. More of it is that it's about human development, human resource development. EEC development, Automation Park, answers to Mr. Vishian's prompt statement is that Automation Park, as of present, as of last year, we had problems on the COVID pandemic and many other issues, right? We had training on-site and online. Last year, online, on-site combined together, and even on the industry part, or even creating the next generation youngsters, right? 1,500. That was about the training aspect. And when it comes about to creation, about public relations and communications, about awareness, Automation Park, EEC Automation Park, we have been doing this as well. As of present, we have people from the public witnessing showcase technology. 2,000 people visited. And the first phase came of the education institutions, the government part, 25 from the private sector. But after we continued with operations of 100%, the past month of November till today, people from the private, about 20% has been increasing from the industrial captains, about 20% to 50%. And in the future is something that you can see that the industries that intend with the desire to improve, and if they want to witness about the manufacturing process to automate it, or robotics, or what we refer to as a smart factory, they can be able to visit us to our automation park and see it for themselves. Well, one more important thing that I want to inform is that about human resource development, about SI, is that it also includes about the development on SI, we call it SA. In the present, the Thai German institution have been training SA. So in next month or 2 months ahead from now, we have working with the Thai German Association, we want to create a training courses on SA. It's about manufacturing processes and to the point. Thank you very much, Dr. Paiboon.
Thank you very much to Dr. Paiboon, who shows that how EEC Park is important in driving towards EEC automation, and that will lead to the production in digital form. We would build more than 200 factories in the next 200 factories within this year. Hope this would be a success. Please give him a big applause. Okay, so we can see that human resources is quite essential. EEC Automation Park can help with this development of human resources. For the human resources development for EEC and HSBC, what is the roadmap or milestone for human resources development to train them to work in EEC? Thank you very much. I would say that when we look back to 3 years ago, when I met Kun Vishen for the first time, I was not so sure. However, back then, during the adjustment process, the process is so important. The transition cannot take place in one day. We have to change our mindset, the whole system that can lead to a complete mode. So I like to thank EEC Automation Park from Mitsubishi that we are so lucky, because EEC Automation Park can make the driving learning center quite possible. Another thing is I got many good colleagues to work on this. The president of FIBO is the one to drive towards the push of development of knowledge in this area. This can help lead the drive to be successful, and progress. Today, until now, we are quite confident, and we like to inform all the investors that we have trust and confidence that we can develop human resources in terms of quality and quantity that can accommodate the change. Let me put it this way: when we look at the space, the whole space overall in EEC, there are 39 industrial areas that can uplift to be a special area for industry, 29, and the remaining is for general. The value of the development is up to many millions of millions baht, and there were labor in the local area, about 1 million people. So the construction, the development of human resources that would accommodate the transition can be done in many angles. The first one is collaboration with the Ministry of Education. This is the basic base that we need to work on to drive the change of education from the traditional way to meet the needs of the industrial sector in a new direction. We stick to energy 4.0. We can see that our government agencies enforced many regulations that provide support for EEC in a short courses continuously, and this can help produce. We have a network of 24 universities in this project to develop personnel to be in pace to respond to the needs. So in 1 year, we can develop 50 to 60,000 people. And in the vocational level, we can see that we know that vocational students may not be able to adjust to the change. So we need to have collaboration. So far, we worked on CVM, which is the Center of Management of Human Resources that can be linked to the industrial sector. We have 40 colleges, 24 of which are uplifted to be CVM center that can produce 60 to 70 students to be adjusted to the new change. In the Industrial Ministry, with the new update, we will provide more assistance in the training center. In 1 year, we can adjust it ourselves and can produce over 10,000 people. In the Ministry of Labor, we worked in collaboration with the Human Resources Recruitment Department. We have an advanced center in Chonburi that produce personnel. In these 4 groups, the 4 industries have worked on the development of human resources that can produce over 200,000 personnel each year. We have agencies that determine and adjust direction to be adaptable to the change. So we adjusted ecology, and we have adopted our own system. We are not universities ourselves. We cannot produce students by ourselves. However, there is a criteria, and this is the element that we can do, that we can produce a short course. We can provide support for training together among universities and the industry that needs personnel for better training. We can give subsidy up to 50% of the subsidy to such kind of training, and the entrepreneurs will pay 50% more. And that subsidy from the industrial sector can be used to claim for tax. The challenges that we faced over the past years is that the knowledge from academic institutions cannot meet the needs. That's why we have to adjust by having experts working in collaborations with university professors to uplift the knowledge provided to students. In the past, we worked in collaboration with Japanese and other overseas companies. Toyota itself adjusted its production base to be EV based. In the last week, our party in development the courses and curriculum for a short course for 100 personnel. And the new groups from China, I just signed the MOU with them for the production process of EV battery. So in overall picture for the industry in Thailand in EEC, there are main industries in the production of automobiles, the production of electronics, food and agriculture. And we have to strengthen digitalization, logistics. Therefore, in the process of development in these areas, we came to an agreement that we have to drive towards Industry 4.0, because the transition from traditional industry to 4.0, we need the big change, transition of the learning structure, because the new structure in the management in 4.0 need to be changed. It's not labor intensive anymore. We have to think about personnel first, but it's more like the management of the platform of connection. So the group of work, there will be 3 main groups of work. First, the system design, driving, and control. So people will be in these 3 groups, and the development in manufacturing 4.0 will advance very fast, because the progress will be up as much as 40% with the good management. So human resources development, I'm sure that it is doable first, and then what the knowledge that we are missing in order to make the industry possible, we need to use the expertise from experts and university professors keen in those fields to have on-the-job training. It's not the era when we have to conduct training in original training centers. Over the past 3 years, we were faced with the COVID-19 pandemic. The students learning in these past years had to adjust their skills because online learning is no use. So this is one thing that we need to have a discussion to develop our personnel to cope with the change and transition to make more progress. This is the overall picture that I can say. So EEC does not focus only as Mitsubishi and EEC automation truck focus on automation and robotics only, but we develop the whole skills in EEC automation park. For example, in the rail system, China, Japan, and Germany, and aerospace, this is in the middle, in the transition of collaboration. In the past, we worked with Standard Aerospace. We got academic institutions that are certified to get certifications in Satahib to work in this field. And they are sending us curriculum for this area. And EEC HSBC is working on right now is quite different from other institutions or industrial ministry. We have to, in our courses, we have to work in collaboration with the industrial sector or companies to meet their needs. And that can be applicable in the use at work. So the hands-on experience is very important because the students can work immediately.
Dr. Kitty showed, as the director of the standardization of manufacturing, how do you see it about the way forward, how to encourage industries and how to drive according to the government policy of 4.0? Well, first I want to inform you of that about it's an agency. It's about that we're right close to, we are the government agency, but we're close to the customers, such as SMEs, big factories, or even OTOP, which is village level. So when we are to encourage and to adjust, we often see problems, such as some agencies or some companies, they have the desire to adjust their manufacturing processes, but they don't have the experts to help them to add on with automation. Some agencies has changed with about injecting investments, adjusting into a satisfactory level with excellence. But we have a roadmap of how for SMEs or even community companies, for instance, we have been negotiating. I have been there since that even this agency or even the ministry have been providing with MOU with METI that we created with Denso Corporation, created the learning center. We have many courses about transferring technology, and we got our customers, which is SI. Until to this present, we have a concept of continuous improvement of training SIs. Lawyers, designers, installation of the systems. But if you want to talk about manufacturing and automation, is that we have been giving consultations about the efficiency of manufacturing in factories. It's also including about the networking of these clusters. These clusters will be the linkage from the demand with the supply, purchaser and producer, entrepreneur software, and encouraging about this kind of connections in the market and the customers. Finally, we have initiated as a prototype a pilot of automation. It's a concept, but the way we proceed with work about the DPROP or the Product Manufacturing Standardization Promotion Group, if you can remember that, this cooperation with other agencies that are in partnership, especially with Japan, we have been in cooperation with fantastic relationships. But with even the project LASI, Lean Automation System Integrator, that was mentioned. We have the learning factory centers. We have the test kits in training those entrepreneurs to develop their people to effective SI and LIBE. That course is about applying IoT, Internet of Things, informing the business owners. We have a test kit and a pilot with the GI, and lastly, that we expanded on the data and help them improve, create these centers. This also includes what our latest project, we called it Smart Monodiscipline. It's about creating a low-cost IoTs, automation. Factories may not need to have a lot of investment in all the machinery, which is expensive. So we just use all these sensors and put it in their existing manufacturing and do some adjustments. As in the morning session, I even have a meeting with Obda before he even arrived to this venue. He emphasized that these projects must be continuous. Constant negotiations on how about for the next budgeting for next year, so forth. Moreover, on the private sector, we have a concept that I have informed to you that the customers, no matter if you're EEC or domestically in Thailand, our agency, we are the government sector. Our power is not that much, right? That's why we need good partners. We have been joining with many partners from the private sector, and the direction is the same. As mentioned, even considering about join up with project such as I may have training projects at hand, and the private sector or private companies may have it too, right? So let's partner. And when it comes to the creation of a learning center, is similar to the learning factory. What we intend, our goal, DPOM or the Standard Promotion Group, our group, is about we scattered everywhere throughout this country, especially clustered in Chonburi, which is also at EEC. This point also covers the customers that we intend to give service to. This also includes about visiting each city in this country as trainings and vacation training setup. We have been working with technical and vocation schools, giving education, giving knowledge, giving these students to try to learn and test hands-on approach and get hands on trying to practice these machines, right? And we're not about to upgrade or leveling up. If you are a business owner, if you want to build upon and apply robotics and automation systems in your factories, many of you, when we gave consultations, many business owners listened, but they didn't have the initiative to start doing something about it. So remember, each step, there must be simulation. And then finally, after they saw the results, investments started to come in. This is something I want to compliment our agencies for promoting. We also did the EV conversion. The trend of electric vehicle is coming strong. So what we can do and start from today, especially from business owners, especially into the tourism sector, we even travel to the north, right? Visit the flower fields, but sometimes you get the scent of the exhaust fumes from cars, right? That's why we had a test phase and a promotion that if you want to have a ride to watch the scenery, why they use electric vehicles? We even had the rail cars, electric rail cars, which is EV conversion too. So all these policies that we have been mentioned, it encourages the business owners even in the EEC region or even the business owners throughout this country to have this competitive edge. Thank you very much. This is the way forward and the strategy. That's how to drive the ecosystem of the digital manufacturing from the past to the present and the future. Thank you very much. Thank you all, four of you, Vishad, Kishore, Vishen, and Paiboon. Thank you all four. And Mr. Vishen, please hand out gifts to our 3 keynote panel discussions as a souvenir.
Lit.
One more photo. The task force about developing of human resources and education, EEC HDC. Next is Dr. Kishore Supakamna, Director Product and Manufacturing Technology, Standardization Promotion Group. After receiving it, please everybody remain on stage so we have a good photo. Next is Dr. Paiboon Lipit Panich, Director, EEC Automation Part. As of now, he has been honoring us to share insights about the readiness of the our ecosystem that is set in place. Right? All four, please remain for a group photo. All right, all done. Thank you all four. Thank you. And as you have seen, that to be successful in digital transformation, the transition to the industries of digitalization, Mission has shared the important key factors. First off is digital engineering. It's about machine automation, and finally, thirdly, it's about people, the human factor. And this partnership with the education institutions, creating public relations and awareness of e-factory, the networking, and most important, make it tangible. And have success stories, implementation, use cases. Use cases, this is the second part of our panel discussion. You will witness and see the experience of the transition of digital transformation, Siam Compressor, Yawata, and Prama, even including Summit Auto Part Group. Our stage is ready. I would like to invite all our honorable guests for our second panel discussion. The topic is about industrial transformation, collaboration, and use case sharing. When it comes to sharing, it's about sharing of information. First off, I would like to invite our Deputy Managing Director, Siam Compressor Industry Company Limited, Mr. Kajonsak Suwatanakon. Our second keynote speaker, Managing Director, Yawata Thailand Company Limited, Dr. Prapin Apihinor Rasad. Our third speaker is General Manager, Prama, Ms. Pacharin Monit Yashad. Our fourth speaker, Management, Summit Auto Body Industries, Mr. Tatiya Misu.
Hello, everyone. Thank you so much for joining us today. We are going to talk about the use cases and implementation that are tangible in many different industries, which are quite different. And the adoption of this is quite different too. So we are going to talk about your vision and how successful it is. Let me ask each of you, starting from Kun Kajansak. For Siam Compressor, what vision do you have for the development of Industry 4.0? How did you work on the transition to digital transition? I would say that the world has changed tremendously. I believe that the competitiveness is so different. I would say that when we run business, we have to do so in a speedy manner and even faster. The tool that we want to use to make it even faster is digital technology. I would say that when we want to adopt digital technology, if we don't do it, it would be digital disruption. So we may not be in the business anymore. We may not be fast enough. We may not be accurate enough. But if we do it, what's going to happen? It's going to be digital transformation. When the organization works on digital transformation, they would turn crisis or challenges or what happened into something even better, to an opportunity. So I would say that we have to work on digital transformation to upgrade the speed of the organization in all aspects, be it the speed to customers, market, supply chain, and people. We need to have activities that would be adjust to all of this. When we partner, actually, I used to have broadcast our program in your factory. You adopt digital technology back then. From the past to digital disruption and digital transformation, what are the changes that you are faced with? I would say that Siam Compressor has been in the business for 30 years now. We are here in Thailand because of the cheap cost labor, and we have developed ourselves continuously to be strong enough. But one day when we say that there's Industry 4.0 and Thailand needs to be Thailand 4.0, how can we adjust our factory with the age of 30 years to be more modernized? This is quite a big issue for us about what's going to happen. When we had a discussion with Mitsubishi Automation, there are two words that came up in our minds. First, trust. They have technology and system. They have their own ecosystem. Second, we have confidence that Mitsubishi Automation can work on this for us. And more importantly, they don't want to only sell their products, but they want to work in partnership with us to develop products. And we can have better people. So this is to help develop the skills of our own people. So with the trust that we have in Mitsubishi Automation, we can see we can have the neighbors of EC Automation. Buying is not the answer. our people must be capable and skillful too. So in addition to the equipment, software and hardware or automation that they have, we can buy them, right? But without people, without skilled people, this is useless. So we have to develop the two areas all together. With a good partner, we can work to achieve our goals to upgrade our factory. From the past 30 years, we have developed tremendously. What are the changes? That would be a question from entrepreneurs. In which area can this uplift the performance or the sales of your company? I would say that this is about operations management. And in the past, we had many pain points. We did not have enough information. The information was not accurate and delayed. But with the adoption of technology or e-factory, everything can be made real time. We can see our own organization, the losses that we have, and the damages in our factory, in which areas. So this can help us to have better opportunity for improvement for our organization to be stronger. Can we sell our products even better? This is not quite clear, but what is clear is that due to the COVID-19 pandemic, we could not fly to see our customers. We are quite distant from our customers, but in reality, we are even closer to our customers because of virtual meetings. We can talk to them even more often, can have better understanding of what their needs are, and that can be used to develop our products to be in line with their needs. So this can help our operations to be even faster, and we can respond to the needs of our customers even better. So in the past 2 years, SCI has developed tremendously during the COVID-19 pandemic. And we are trying to expand our manufacturing capability. There are many components involved in this. So this is all about the better management. Nobody would expect that COVID-19 will appear. But since we have used this process before COVID-19, we believe that this system is so effective. Without this system, what's going to happen if you encounter anything unexpected like COVID-19? And for Yawata, what vision do you have to drive your organization to be in line with digital 4.0? I do agree with.
I've been here for 30 years at Yota, Thailand. Here, it's our commemorates 49 years here. We have been working with Nippon Steel, with Thailand. Thai people were the majority shareholder. We were created many factories connecting cars, cable cars, electric cars, right? But the machinery was old. So the question here is that, well, how are we going to upgrade? So 3 years ago, it's like, or 8 years back, I have some pictures to share with you. We began with IT. We applied with ERP or Enterprise Resource Planning, right? And we were talking with the BOI. Don't go forward yet. Come back to my slides. Okay, we'll use this slide. So we were investing on automation, but you have your ERP, IT, and automation. And creating to Industry 4.0 is about how to vertically integrate our operations to the cloud. That was our challenge. So let's be specific here. Is that we intend to be a digital manufacturing with the information from data to IT. And Mitsubishi has seen LC. They have the MES module, which is the manufacturing system that can extract real-time data into secure server, and we use our ERP to extract that data and do something with it. So the connection, one, is that we want to create OT with IT. We intend to that the protocol or interrupts, which is IEC 64467, is that as our president, the standardization agency is that there's so many protocols on how to do it. It doesn't matter much, but you try to use the ones that is the interoperable abilities. In summary, automation, you have an ERP, connecting our automation, OT, and connect with IT. And we utilize these data to summarize about the production data to understand the cost. Okay, this is our first step, and we're still doing it with Mitsubishi and many other sectors that we have been in cooperating with ERP that has their own manufacturing system, or even hardware, that EMR, that AIS has been partnering with us too. So the alliance in business is important. Therefore, that our vision is to do IT, OT with IT, and then up it to the iCloud and utilize all the data. That's a challenge. It's about synchronization of everything, of all the processes to centralize the system. Could you say that way? Let's put it in layman terms here. Supposing you have a smartphone, you got Apple Home, you got Xiaomi, right? But you want to press a button and then turn on off lights, right? But you want more than that. How much this light bulb has been consuming energy, for instance. Our factory does the same thing too. Is it simple? Okay, good. So this is another pain point for business owners that have factories, especially when data is scattered everywhere. It's hard to monitor, hard to view. So if you have something to assist you, to able to analyze, to plan your business, to plan operations with ease. So what are the benefits after you converted the production processes from Yawara? What are the benefits that you have foreseen? Well, I had to note this out. Well, the benefits, there are 5 of them. Efficiency and effectiveness of production is we use SCADA as automatic substancing. In the past, we lost 5%, but now it's like only less than 1% of loss. When you lose loss, right, and waste and decrease human error, mixing with automation material. Next, second point is about we have real-time visualization and data analytics. We can view it through SCADA. And we use this data from SCADA that has subtracted for us and updated in SQL and analyze it. And then it must be worth the investment. We got BOI, all these profits, revenue generated in 3 years, right? So we invested 40 million and we used the revenue generated, and we gained, Mitsubishi gained too. And next is about more profits, because if no profit, why invest, right? That is the peak of investment of any organization. So what was the point that made you decide, Mr. Kajansan, that you trusted Mitsubishi Electric to be your partner? And Dr. Pepin, what was the aspect that you see? What dimension that you decided to be part of? Alliance? Well, there must be many players, many actors, IT, OT, because ERP that we have been doing, we have been aligned partnership with Mitsubishi. We talked and said that how can it connect with them, the TLC, SCADA, or even the companies that with SI or manufacturers of automation. There are alliance with Mitsubishi as well. So we have to be alliance with every actor and every player because it uses many arts and sciences. This alliance is so vital that made me decide to choose Mitsubishi. All right. So you have seen the overview, what is the vision of Yawata, and also see the facet of investment has to be worth and profitable. 49 years of business operations, right? Got new product, got bigger sales. Let's talk to Miss Pacharin. Oh, one more thing. We have a great sales, right? More profits too. Yeah. Profit is profit, sales is sales.
Kun Pacharin, in your own opinion, what is your idea about how to change your organization to digital industry 4.0 to be in accordance with the government's policy? We can get more information about SME. We are the smallest SME companies in Thailand. This is the selling in the industry. We are a basic chemical company, which is very simple. For our vision, we are just a small company in Thailand. We started from thinking that Industry 4.0 is the adoption of technology in collecting information and to make use of the information for analysis. And this is our intention. To enhance our effectiveness, we need to increase the effectiveness in the production. And our intention is that we want to use all the information in real time. We need to have sufficient information. And more importantly, we are the industry that relies on the skills of specific personnel. This is our pain point, and we believe that in the future we can reduce the addiction to the skills of people. This is our company's intention. I love the idea of reduce the dependence of capabilities of people. It doesn't mean reduction of human resources, right? That's right, because we believe that whenever we work on anything, we need supervision and monitoring from humans. Machines are just machines. Everything can create errors, but why do we have to reduce the reliance on people? Because our personnel is growing older every day and their capabilities may be reduced. When we want to develop new personnel, it may not be so easy. So we need something more tangible. This is our needs. This is so basic needs from us. Okay, so in the part of production of chemicals and acid substance, when we want to change our industry to be digitalized, did you have a discussion with Mitsubishi Electric? What is one thing that you made a decision to be their partner? Microphone for Kun Pachalin, please. Actually, we think that it is a good opportunity for us, and it is quite timely. We heard that everyone has to develop themselves. We need digital transformation and so on. What about us? We are a small company. We don't know where to go to. I would say that we are so lucky that the colleagues from Mitsubishi came to us. At that time, we did not know our direction. We did not know where to start from. And finally, they had a discussion with us. We thought that they tried to say in the language that we understood. They asked what our needs are and what problems we have been faced with. And since then, they worked on the information that they gathered from our discussion. And they presented a proposal to us that with the use of SCADA, what can we get from that? We can see what machines are talking about. Usually we use people to take notes and record that in the Excel file. This is quite a repetitive process of work. So we think that why don't we do something different that is possible automatically without any errors, without any human errors, because sometimes handwriting from people can lead to misunderstanding and mistakes. So this is our pain point. Our industry is quite using an old technology. It's the technology from the past 40 years. However, we just realized that even traditional industry like us, we can walk and talk to people, tell people that we need digital transformation. Can you please explain more, elaborate more about this? You said in the past you took notes on a notebook, but now you use everything, you use SCADA to present all information real time. What are the changes? How did you feel in terms of the colleagues on hand and about the management? First, colleagues, our employees are so happy. They thought, why did they have to take notes on the paper and put it in the Excel file before plotting that in the graph? They thought that we can delete that process and they can spend more time watching the information for analysis. That would be even more beneficial. And more importantly, employees said that once it is done manually, everything would be like a picture on a paper, but with SCADA recording all information real time, what we get is the database. And when we want to apply the information for analysis, it can be done so easily. Whether we use it for the training with all our employees, this can be done so easily and can be seen more tangible. in the part of Pramat, you made a lot of changes to your company. How long did you take? Actually, with SCADA, we just got to know SCADA. We had heard a lot about what we did not know before, like ERP. We did not know anything about that, but SCADA, we had heard of that before, but we did not know what it is. We just knew that with the COVID-19 pandemic, our problem is we could not go to work on site. So what we did is using cloud. That was the first thing that we started to get into the transition of the company. We adopted cloud. And since then, with the interaction of Mitsubishi telling us about SCADA, we have been using SCADA for only 1 year. This is quite new to us. We just installed the system and testing the system. It's quite new to us. I was about to ask you about with the installation of SCADA, our employees will do something else. Can we get more sales and profits? We still have to wait for that. Okay, thank you, Kun Pacharin. And next is the management from Summit Auto, Kun Tatiya. What perspective do you have about your organization with the policy of Industry 4.0?
Well, first of all, I want to inform you that we had no policy at all with SCADA, because the president of Congratulatory said that we want to expand with the market, make it expand and make it bigger. But if you can oversee about the automotive industry, it's stable, right? So you have to look for a bigger market. So we followed to we're looking for the new S curve that the government tried to sponsor and tried to drive forth. We were looking aviation, aerospace, and logistics, and even robotics. This is the reason why that first off, we look at the aerospace is really resonant to us because we do vehicles, right? Because with people, with machinery, right? So we can diversify to aerospace. This is why we invested MRO and aerospace. But when that was kind of stable, right? But it was able to run by itself. Our next step was to invest on robotics. We weren't intending to invest in robotics, but we were asking ourselves that how can we make our company to get a higher OE? Due to the fact that robotics, I have to inform, we have a lot of robots, but the information that I had in my hand, especially monthly reports, was highly doubt. The KPIs were sent, I don't believe it. I went down and looked at the floor, I don't believe it. It shouldn't be reliable because people are still do it manual. They're keep recording with pen and paper. After with Mitsubishi, they introduced SCADA to us. Our problem statement is about synchronization and data accuracy. Data accuracy, why? Because once we get the information from the machines, no matter if the machine is old or new, I have to thank Mitsubishi that in the past we were seeking for anything that can sync and communicate between each other. So when it was in university, right, many years have passed until there's some protocols that have the capabilities that were able to communicate with old machinery and with new machineries, and they can centralize and they communicate to it. Once we got centralized information and data, it gets more accurate compared to human, writing down data. So the data during manufacturing is fluctuating. When new stock, right, entering and exiting is right, but WIP is that sometimes there's a human error. Some attention operators forget about the barcode, right? Some forget to write it down, to record it down. But so the new models or the work that come, we are lacking of people that can make it compatible for all departments. So we try to upgrade each model per module. With the implementation of SCADA, without the first plant at Lamchabang, we can see that the accuracy is extremely high. Some of the modules we have with the quality issues, right? It was done by people. We replaced it with the machinery and automation. We're able to the visual maturing system with the optical scanning, but there are many lines, many production lines. The information is centralized in the computer. Some people have to share it by email. SCADA enables us to centralize all the information and production for all machine lines. So when we use people for dimension checks, we decrease that, use the same people and upskills them, not only manual tasks, but higher skills skill job, and then upgrade their skills and to put them relocate to other departments. Another aspect is about cost. when we apply SCADA, when we use manually based, right, especially men and women, the capability physical aspect is unfair, right? And there's like some errors. Our problem is that how can we stabilize the quality of each production line? Because if the production is fluctuating and we can't control quality, right, errors will occur, and then we have to do QSEC, a QC check, and so forth. It's double cost. SCADA helps us on the capability, stable manufacturing capability. So once we have, we can utilize and upskill, reskill these workforce, and then to other projects. Because once production is stable, we ask ourselves, what are the room for improvement? We are not laying off or decreasing manpower, but we upskill people, right? Another aspect, what you mentioned about is safety factor, is that these machines are dealing with it, accidents decrease. So this is the reason why you decide to change your organization and the benefits that you have. And about the future, what are your plans for the future? How to build upon them? As of now, we plan to have SCADA to talk to our own ERP, which means that we're using SAP. We want all our branches, let's say this way, we want our customers, our suppliers, and even us, and all our branches to be able to be interconnected, all the data to be automation, or even our workflow. For instance, if we have a stock, which is low, and how do we connect to our vendors and suppliers? Hey, can you refill our stock? Or to have an automatic PO, but the information that the data inform you that the fluctuation of WIP or the data, right? If WIP is stable, stock will be stable as well. So the data in the information that is fed to our centralized system, it won't have a conflicting of data. But what this means to you, that I have to inform to you that the problems that we encounter, that our workforce, our people, our humans, about how to develop them. When they deal and work with SCADA and connected ERP, is a whole different world. There's different systems, right? One write the CPL with IT programmer, another person is an engineer. And then we are missing someone, or a staffer, someone who understands both sides and both worlds. This I want to inform to all our senior management here, and those who are here, if you can do it, we can continue to make progress. So we began with the branch in Lam Shabang. So how many branches do you have? Well, in truth, we have a joint partnership of about 30 branches. And how about the 29 branches? Don't forget to talk to Mr. Vishian. Right. So you see about the build upon Mr. Ketia, and let's talk about Mr. Kachansov one more time about Siam compressor. We have been informed that we are fully supportive, but you know the speed of change is here. We have been through the waves of disruption. What are your plans?
This year, we had a discussion about this. From what we did for some time, there's still some problems. What we can see is the linkage of from upstream to downstream, from suppliers to customers. There are some points that we did not have good linkage. For the suppliers, we did not see them yet. We did not see what their situations are. Are they causing us any trouble? So we are trying to find the linkage to suppliers and to even more customers. And the second thing is the adoption of smart technology in terms of quality and productivity and maintenance system. There are many areas that we need to try to work on. So this is the second priority for us. And the third one is the linkage of our facilities, including air compressors, chillers, and the facilities of the factory, so that we can see the usage of energy and carbon emission. And lastly, we can see the opportunity for our company to make any adjustment. So this is what we are trying to drive forward. So you have more sales, more profits. What else are you going to do? I want to answer one thing. For SCADA, why we are using SCADA? We are the plant for producing. We have the wires like a flux, which is like a chemistry. There needs to be 28 silos. The question is, if we produce anything concrete, we don't need to use SCADA. However, for automatic fluxing system, we use PLC control. Why do we use SCADA? We use it for visualization. SCADA draws information from each track to see the process of each ERC, to see if it is really working and working properly and collecting information. So with any task or process continuously, SCADA is so clear. For PLC, it is usable because for SCADA, we need to have visualization and interface system to look at information for AOE, and BOI has been trying to help us with the investment. To answer this question, why do I use the SCADA? And the second one is, this year the revenue department said that if we make an investment in automation within this year, if we request data robotic system excellence to see if we can work on automation, we can deduct the damage that we suffer from, and that can be deducted from our profit for 5 years divided by 5. That is for the average of 5 years. So right now, Yawata has been producing robots to uplift the products for 3 layers. We have flux system and visual inspection system. And next, as I've been working here for 49 years, there's the wire for continuous oven, but the special wire has the capacity. We have the capability of producing special wires. We have the ovens that can operate manually. And this year, we are designing the automatic doors using OMR to lift the wire to be used in low and high temperature. We can collect all the information for the oven to be open, and sliding it before closing, and we can monitor all this process. And this is what we are going to make an investment for this year. And if we see that for EMR, as the college is the producer, the oven, if we can have automation for oven for producing OMR, can we get the subsidy? If the answer is yes, then we will go on it, and that can be divided by 5 for everyone. Please, we need to work on this. Dr. Chit, you can answer. Yeah, this is possible. Okay. I'd like you to let us know, although I work on the policy, but as you are an expert implementer, I would like you, as we have many participants online and on-site, we believe that the participants are from the industrial sector. Can you please talk about the revenue department or incentives? In which aspects can they make benefits from? Because you have a lot of experience in this. And the second question is for everyone on the stage. We have heard a lot that people might be scared about whether they should do it or not. If we put our information on cloud, is it possible? Is it okay? So I'd like all of you on the stage to give us confidence that if we want to put every information online, is it possible or not? So here are our 2 questions.
So, talking about BOI and some of the concerns about the changes, if you decide to change, who's going to manage us, who's going to look after us, and what's the question is about security risk once everything's up on the cloud. Cybersecurity is another important issue. Doctor, could you please expand on that 2 things, Mr. Bridget, that you want BOI and the revenue department, right? Let's talk about BOI. Your factory, you have a production line, 3, for instance. If you decided you want automation, you're going to pick all 3 lines, 2 lines, or 1 line, right? So if you decide the 3 lines, you can actually get a tax deduction. You have 2 at a percentage, right? So let's give you an example. If you have 3 lines, you're going to invest about 10 million, right? It means that the first year divide that by 3, right? So 3 million per line, right? So any business or any profits, right? You have to deduct the tax from it. If it's not profitable, you can deduct tax from it. So for instance, if you SI Thai, there is a word that connecting Thai industries. If you use SI Thai, there's local content about 30%. You can actually get exempted about 100% or else 50%. Let me give you an example, like 3 million investment. If you don't use SI Thai, you only get 1.5 million as tax deduction. So it means you have 3 million profits, right? It means that 1.5 in profits, you're going to pay tax 1.5 million. So BOI, there is the pros and there's a cons, something like a little bit of headache too. You have to understand about your project. You submit it to it, you have to be how to assess it, right? See the results. It's a big headache. I've been doing this for a year now, and with the COVID, BOI is about over, but we were able to get exempted. And then we were able to proceed with our projects, which is different from other BOIs. It's about adjustment of efficiency. So you have to open up for the BOI officials to come and visit you. If it's not over, they will tell you like point this and that about things that, and you know, we won't get exempted from tax incentive. All of you know about BOIs, right? But the benefits, no matter how big you are, you can't be as big as 500 million, right? So they will make an initial evaluation. Now let's talk about revenue department, okay? Tax rate. Supposing if I invest 2 million for the system, and we cut about 5 years to depreciation for a machinery, right? So the revenue department said that you ask for 2 million is about automation or even software investment, or 2 million divided by 5, it will be equivalent to like 400,000, right? So it means that you profit 1 million. It means like minus that with 400,000, pay tax 600,000 baht. Well, it means that if you pay tax, right? You just get refunded with the amount. If you pay profit 1 million, 400 tax, and you get 6 million. So today it's easy. Invest now. It's easy to talk. Have any issues, any problems? I am the chairman of Tara community. We work together. So to benefit, you have to core. Right? Ask them if they give grantor or not. If the sense system and its integrated system and its automation, if it passes this criteria, invest. As Dr. Pratin, I was able to see the eyes of many management. You were counting the numbers in your heads, right, about the tax returns. Now, okay, thank you very much. And remember, business that generates profits and revenue. All right, thank you very much for the question. Next is about safety. Safety is about another issue. Since like Dr. Shit has been mentioning about confidence and risk. When you upload data up on the cloud and it's centralized, is there a way about cybersecurity and confidence? Let's talk about security and it's about risk. Let's talk about confidence. The numbers that I got after applying SCADA from the line of 1,700 workers, now it's only 1,300 people. Initial cost is 1.7 billion. These are numbers about where all the people in SCADA here. These are the numbers that we have. This is just phase one. This is phase one. Now, let's talk about security. From my personal experience, I don't have issues with cloud. Because about risk and security, we got ransomware, which is like infiltrate our system by email. Our staff, they can't read English that well, right? So they press some button and then proceed and execute and the program start running. It was a virus. Was able to deleting files, PDF files, Excel files, and convert it to other files. It's a virus. This is the internal server that we encountered. Once we uploaded data on the cloud, it will shoot back up in the cloud. But I will tell you the truth that the cloud will never had issue about security risk. But one thing that I encountered is that if the internet is down, the whole system will fall. So this is how we have emergency internet and a backup in our 2 production lines. So what happens if 2 lines are down, right? Well, we have our third on our pocket, right? Which is a mobile phone. This is the issues about security. Cloud we have full confidence on it. Mr. Patrin, as of now, after you changed and shifted, did the staff were concerned about data or information that may actually fall off or get spread out somewhere? Have you talked to a partner? How are you going to look after you?
Actually, when we made a decision to use cloud, we thought that in the past we used only the server, and the server of each department is quite separate. At the head office, we use the one different from the factory. So the head office and the factory uses different system. So when we want to use information from both sides, we need to send that by email, and that is quite repetitive work. And when anyone make any changes, the other partner cannot see the change. And with the use of this SCADA, our system we can operate our work more faster. And when we send documents back to our customers, it's even faster. In the past, before we issued an invoice, it would take us 3 to 5 days. However, with the use of cloud, and we asked for collaboration from our employees, we could issue the invoice within 1 day, even though our work is quite bulky. So this can help reduce the time spent for our work, and with speedy cash flow. This is most important. And when we talk about their security, this is not different from what Kun Tatiya said. We did not see any problems, but we have a backup every month to ensure that all information is still with us in cloud. And for Dr. Pratin and Kun Pachansak, do you have any other thing to add in this?
On about the cloud, it's future. It's the future. So if anyone, you still have a server found in your internal company, I want you to think of this way, this scenario about cybersecurity. Do you think you're actually better than those who are professionals about data management on the cloud? You think about that. So if you can to be updated all the time to prevent the hackers to attacking your system. So I will tell you is that cloud is the future and cloud is the way to go. Our system of ERP, I'm using SAP as now, and SAP has informed me that their policy is everything's going to be on cloud. So it means that everybody that you have your own servers, like your server farms, you have to upload your data up to the cloud, and you have to ensure and entrust them that they will look after it. Because like safety, like all the keynote speakers have been mentioned that they have to ensure security for us. So the issue that of our discussion is about revolutionizing our industry has so many things to talk, but 60 minutes may not be enough. So Dr. Bapin, security is important. My factory, how did my factory did? My server is in the factory. Put it in simpler way is that I have to insert with the security gateway with the MikroTik as a hardware for it. It's not expensive, about 10,000 baht or even more than 10,000 baht, which is will block intruders trying to hack your system. Another issue about the internal workings of the factory is that information that running to the PLC, we have to have certification on it. What it means is that if you're the source and the person who's the destination with PLC, you must generate both parties with the same certificate. It means that you don't have the same certificate, it won't communicate with each other. So if I'm outside from the factory, I want to visit that to PLC. Oh, there's a university in Germany with some IoT, and they want to visit us, and they can visit, and it was registered by IoT. This certificate is so vital. It's two-way. It's encryption 256. It means that within the operations of the factory, the gateway, MikroTik is the cheapest, others are expensive. You have to ensure that there must be a certificate to enter it to you. If you have your own cloud, you must have a certificate as well. If it doesn't use the certificate, it has to use HTTPS, which is secure, but you have to ensure that if you're someone interested in you and you're trying to hack your system, it's going to give you a headache, because as of now, we don't monitor junk email. Whoever calls us, we don't listen, we don't read, right? Or maybe probably someone is like asking for your, credit issues from your bank, right? So the only person that doesn't infiltrate you is a factory. Dr. Shi. When it comes to finance institution, banks have invested heavily, but we talk about industry right now. It's a pending problem right now, and the system, cybersecurity, with the industry is not that strong. It's not that strong. So my recommendation is that you go low tech, like you mentioned, right? If you can do a routine backup, do it manually. But 90% of the problems I mentioned, Mr. Pravin said that you can penetrate and hack from the outside When does it happen? It happens when your staff are not aware. When you install something, a vendor wants to remote access into your factory. Sometimes they forgot to close the gateway for it. It's like winning the lottery here, right? That 1 second window is open to hackers to infiltrate and attack your system. This is why I see that if you are you're unconfident about something, go low tech, do daily backup, do a ransomware, right? Because you can backtrack who is doing what. But what is important right now, 80 to 90% of the factories that I've been working with is remote access without your staff unintentionally open out the window for hacking. So just one split second, right? Creates the opportunity for hacks. So as of today, there's so many facets to it, there's so many dimensions to it. Mr. Vishen from Mitsubishi, you're going to have to host many more of these talks because so many business owners have so many questions from different dimensions, but we see the overall picture of the change and the driving factors of manufacturing, digitalization in SME. The final question for now, we have a very close few minutes. What are your recommendations for our SMEs who are watching us online?
I would speak shortly. First, we need to determine our direction. Industry 4.0 will be used in which aspects in the company. Once we know that, we have to act immediately. The industrial association usually say that whether you survive or not, you have to do it immediately. So we have got to make it. And the most important thing is to find a good partner. As I say, the partner must be reliable with good ecosystem that can transfer the knowledge to our colleagues so that we can use it sustainably. This is very important. And next, Dr. Prapin, I think that it is quite similar. I have 7 answers. First, make it clear. The advice for entrepreneurs who need adjustments to the entrepreneurial process. First, good planning for the process of investment for IT and OT, good planning for investment and operations in IT and OT, IT operations technology, shop floor, and IT back office. And second, educate the back office in terms of IT and OT for investment and then operations. 6, connect the data from IT and OT. And finally, we need to have the system to analyze the data to improve the production process. Thank you. Kun Pachalin, please. Actually, the 2 colleagues have covered everything. But one thing that I want to add on is we have to communicate to our colleagues. This is so important, especially for SME business. As a small SME company, most colleagues think that it's not necessary. They don't need a change because whenever there's a change, the transitional period, they have to work on that manually in line with everything that needs a change. So this is quite like a medicine that they need to go through the transition. It may take 1 to 2 months to get over, but afterwards it's going to be a reward for all of them because they can get all the benefits. Thank you. Kun Tatiya, please. For me, I would recommend speed because our business is B2B business. Quality is so important and it cannot be competed. If it cannot be up to the scale that we need, then you fail. So, and for the cost, we may not be competitive in terms of cost with other countries. In terms of productivity, when AOT is up, the speed is important in terms of adjusting to the change. COVID-19, as we can see, who can find the match even faster? Who can find more people after being laid off? And who can adjust to the change in the market more effectively and more quickly? We work on the stamping line. The speed that we work on is from our partner. Mitsubishi works together with us whenever there's a change. We need to make changes immediately. We can see orders from China and other countries it would take about 30 days. If you can do it, it would last for the whole package for 3 years. And what we can see now is we need to focus on speed. So today I'd like to thank all the management who give us a lot of advice and useful cases. And I believe that on the next occasion, we can talk in more detail in other topics. Thank you very much to all of you, Dr. คุณขจรศักดิ์ Dr. ประพิน คุณพัชริน and คุณตัตยา I would like to invite Dr. Kun Vishayan to be on the stage to give all the speakers the souvenirs. คุณขจรศักดิ์ please คุณขจรศักดิ์ and then คุณขจรศักดิ์ from Siam Compressor and here and next Dr. Prapin from Yawata. He gives a lot of information on tax. And then คุณพัชริน from Pramat. And lastly, คุณ Tatiya from Summit Auto Body Industry. And I'd like to invite all the management for the group photo session. Please give them a big applause. Thank you so much to the 4 panelists for the EEC Connecting Thailand and Japan Collaboration Forum 2022. We come to the final stage. I'll go to meet all of you at the booth. And right now, I'd like to pass on this to Kun Vishayan to give a closing remark. Please.
Well, thank you all. We have been with us for about 3 to 4 hours now. In this script, people ask me that there must be a 15-minute closing speech. I just only want 1 minute because I do believe that a lot of you has been receiving so much information. But to put it simply, is that the rules, the game of the world has changed, and those who are with high production and raw material cost, and you're still emitting high carbon footprint, you will eventually close down and your factories will shut down. Today, both the public, the private education are here together with learning, sharing with so many cases, and sharing information, which covers a lot of aspects and dimensions. I want all of you to begin to decide, as Dr. Prapin mentioned about the 7 points, about 6 about to decide, right? It's so vital. And I want to leave that with you. And my final words to you is that all of you must have heard that in every crisis, there's always an opportunity. And some of you here, this is a crisis multiplied by crisis. Even the trade wars, COVID, the past 2 years, and now about inflation and all the bad news and even the climate change. If crisis underneath times multiplied by crisis, remember, if you look at differently, opportunity times opportunity as well. Could it be that it might digitalization, decarbonization? Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Vishayan. And let's look at the bottom. You have to visit. Don't forget to our side to look at our booth for Mitsubishi Electric right now. This is SCADA that we have been mentioning during our panel discussion for a moment ago. And we have been mentioning this many times. And we heard that today, that the information that was shared is the actual data and is actually in real time. That is correct. Could you tell us more? Well, these 6 screens that is displayed, if you can notice that from beginning formula is PROMAS, is a system about to making chemicals powder, which is the actual machinery in the line production line. This is from Yavata. This is the process display of the mixing and the mixture of the flux of the soldering wire. Next is on the sapipon. This is the process line from getting the wheat and the grains and how to extract dust, distract us. This is SCI, which is about the monitoring of the overall view of all the machinery in the factory, which also including the last screen. This is from the automation park. This is from the Chonburi province. Yes, that's it. It's about the monitoring, about the energy consumption in the building. This is our live model. This is our first booth, Mitsubishi Electric. Now let's proceed with our second booth with TKK, our service robot. Your job is to dispense and deliver water bottles. Hello. And as of today, I'm representing with delivery robot, AR delivery, or the service robot. My robot is responsible for is automated, and which is managed by artificial intelligence. Besides AI, what other features can you program? There is songs, even a voiceover. My robot can answer. You can actually have conversation with it, and it can answer back too. Furthermore, is that you can insert video content or video text to speech into this robot as it's going around the venue delivering water bottles. Oh, he's asking, do you need any assistance? Well, you can help me, like be an MC too, but I'm really happy to be with you. Thank you very much. Now let's go to the next move. Cisco Fujitsu. Today we have bringing innovation for our showcase for our business owners. Well, Fujitsu is a partner with Cisco, and we have a product and some equipment, some tools to help about the network OT to IT. These equipment hardware is a switch that industrial grade, heat resistant. You can put it installed with any heavy machinery. Furthermore, we also have the hardware for firewall, which is about to security concerns like the doctor has been mentioning, and we also have the access point, which is industrial grade as well. All of this, display. We have a software called Cisco CyberVision, which is operation system to looking about the gaps of the OT to prevent any further damages or even threats of attack to the system. If you're interested, the booth will be here to inform you of any inquiries. Thank you very much. Now, let's look at our next booth, HoloLens 2. Today, what have you bring with you? Well, this is a solution about, remote problem solving on site, which is 360 camera remote access, which can spin and stream the problems to talking with someone somewhere in the world that are experts with through Microsoft Teams. And this is about to be prompt. And another technology that we have is a dynamic 365 drive, which is AR work instruction, which is display images on AR guidelines, augmented reality for the operator to work and practice according to step-by-step according to work instructions. Thank you very much. Next, let's look at the next booth in Lerpilai with the robot AMR on stage. As of today, what do you have for us to present to all the business owners? As of today, we have an application that we installed at AR. Move a little bit here. As you can see on stage, we have shown that if you AMR can make work a lot easier. You can install anywhere. It's mobile too. And you can also apply in your factory lines, especially in deliveries or even in a line process that requires someone to for heavy loads and carry and move around. And the other aspect is about the software that is ERP. It's the capability to synchronize or integrate all the details of the AMR and update a real-time status of managing items in stock or in warehouse, or the AMR, like I have mentioned, or the AMR on the status of the machinery, of power consumption, power usage, and update to our ERP, and then you can further analyze in the future. Thank you very much. Now, next, Let's look at the next booth.
Oh, English. Oh,
ขอบคุณครับ
สวัสดีค่ะ
สวัสดีครับ
Okay, so this booth, where you come from and what you like to present to all the, companies that
Yes.
come here?
Yeah, thank you. We come from Japan, and today we would like to introduce our service, which is to calculate greenhouse gas emissions
Okay, to decarbonize,
to
right?
decarbonize. So let us introduce. Now, there is a global requirement to reduce greenhouse gas. This is not only for individual companies, but also for whole supply chain level, which is more difficult. So our service, Zero Board, can calculate and visualize greenhouse gas emissions. Let us show you some of our features of our systems.
ค่ะ เชิญโชว์ฟีเจอร์ได้เลยนะคะ please.
Thank you. So Zero Board is developed on cloud base, so you do not need to install any devices. You can start from now with small annual fee. Second point, Zero Board connects companies and products GHG emissions data through a supply chain. This allows users to identify the GHG high emission points throughout supply chain. And third point, it's not only the system functionality, we also provide the business function. And we have many partners to support users. Now I will hand over to one of our partners, Nagase.
ขอบคุณค่ะ อาริกาโต
Hello. We, Nagase Group, is the #1 chemical trading company in Asia and the prime membership partner of Zero Board Alliance. You can see here in the trading company. And at the same time, financial institution and those energy providers and local government also joined this alliance. And it was great experience for us to know how to engage in the supply chain in visualization perspective. And finally, if you want to add environment value in your supply chain, please contact Nagase Group as the prime partner of Zero Board. Thank you.
ขอบคุณค่ะ
ขอบคุณครับ
อาริกาโตโกเซมัสตา Am I right?
Okay, the final booth or Schiffler. What do you have to present for today for all the business owners to see and view? As for Schiffler, it's engineering, German engineering company. We specialize in metal bearings, RNA and RUK, which is about industrial grade bearings and automobile parts. As you know, bearings, every machinery has bearings. So to prevent the stop or unpredicted stopping of machine operations, right, and the machine costs and so forth, right. This is why Schiffler has been innovative and created to be part of Industrial 4.0. We have a system that will monitor machine health. So the system that we have Smart QB. Smart QB is a system that will oversee and check with the concept Industrial 4.0. The system itself is a product by Mitsubishi, will integrate the system together and inform the user or the operator about how is the health or the status of the machine or is it time for maintenance. And the system number 2 that will be applied to presenting is the system that is connected to the cloud. We call it Schiffler Uptime. And the system the user can be informed about the health of their machine through an app by our smartphone under cloud, and you look at the historical data as well. Yeah, that's about it. If you're interested, more than happy to welcome you. Give us a call, talk to us. Thank you very much. And this I covered every Schiffler Zero Board, Alert Relay, HoloLens, even the as part of Cisco, Fujitsu has been gracing us with their presenting their booth and showing their showcase technologies and innovations. Nonetheless, I would like to come back to SCADA one more time, because right of now has been one of the key success factors, or one of the key points that many of the executives have been informing about, the starting point about how to connecting intelligent manufacturing and intelligent factories together. Now, as of today, to our final, on behalf of Mitsubishi Electric Automation Factory, I would like to thank all you honorable guests to spend your precious time to attend this venue, and those who are viewing us online. And I hope that today, all the information that was shared today will be beneficial for all of you, more or less. And I hope that we'll meet to you very soon. But before we depart, go separate ways, please scan our QR code, which is at the backdrop of your lanyard or your event card, about give us your feedback of how to improve this event. And next is that next on our agenda will be our networking session for the snacks. And please walk into the booths and network amongst your peers. And now today, with the innovation that has been displayed and been discussing, I mentioned much now. And as representative of Mitsubishi Electric, would like to thank you one more time and thank all the event organizers to have made this event possible, having this seamless experience and curate according to all our business owners and the partners that came here today. Today, I bid you farewell until next time. สวัสดีค่ะ